What an atmosphere here at the Crucible.
You're witnessing two of the greatest cuists the game has ever seen. So relax and enjoy. It could be a bombardment of big breaks.
Judged it to perfection.
Oh, what a shot.
And this is Snooker, his highest quality. Wonderful stuff. Turn up! Turn up!
This session starting to turn into a bit of a nightmare for Shaun Murphy. He's really feeling it. He's in a hole and he can't dig himself out.
Ronnie O'Sullivan has been the main man. Shaun will hope to do better in the second session. He's 6-2 behind.
Good afternoon. Snooker's prize fighters are in their respective corners being mopped down ahead of session 2 in round 2 of this year's Betfred World Championship. Now, Ronnie O'Sullivan landed 6 big punches on Shaun Murphy like that and looked for all the world like he was going for a knockout blow early on. Shaun has countered by taking 2 frames and, metaphorically speaking, has a few cuts and bruises ahead of their second session this afternoon. You just know Ronnie O'Sullivan will have in his mind an early finish, perhaps with a session to spare. But that's not what Shaun Murphy will be thinking about, and we'll be live with the second session in about 90 minutes' time. Everybody here in the Winter Gardens in Sheffield very much looking forward to it. Let's just show you where that match sits in the overall context of round 2's draw. The defending champs had a week off. Selby back tomorrow against Zhao Guodong. Promise of a high-quality and superb entertaining match when Robertson meets Fu. Early gulf between O'Sullivan and Murphy. All-Chinese second-round match between Liang Wenbo and last year's runner-up team. Kyron Wilson with a lead against ex-champion Stuart Bingham. Mark Allen owns the better record overall against John Higgins. A meeting between crucible specialists Hawkins and Dott. Whilst Rory's reward for stunning Trump, a meeting with Stephen Maguire.
Well, when the draw for this World Championship came out, everybody was saying it looked a bit top-heavy. Now we're into the second round, Ken. Is that still the case? Are there still better players?
Well, you would say so. I mean, of course, you've got Ronnie O'Sullivan, Shaun Murphy, former world champions both. Neil Robertson, another former world champion. Mark Selby's in there. This match is going to be a cracker. Neil Robertson against Marco Fu, who potentially can win the world championship. And, of course, you've got the all-Chinese clash, Ding Junhui, who lost in the final last year.
But look at the bottom half. There's some world champions in the bottom half.
I know, yeah. Well, of course, here's the big one. Four-time winner. This is going to be a cracking match against Mark Allen. Stuart Bingham won it a couple of years ago. Graham Dodd, a former champion as well. And Barry Hawkins, who's been to the final and the semi-finals a couple of times. Steve Maguire, former top 16 player, former UK champion. It's a whole host of great players.
It's tough to get through the bottom half. It's going to be tough to win the World Championship. There's 4 world champions in the top half, 3 in the bottom half, and a finalist in each half as well. So that's tough. Perhaps if Ronnie O'Sullivan wasn't so low down in the seeding list and he was actually in the bottom half, that would change the equation somewhat as well.
Yeah, exactly. But don't forget, you know, this man caused a big sensation in the first round, beating Judd Trump as well, the number 2 seed. So I think the players in the bottom half will feel this is a great chance to get to the final and let all the heavyweights at the top of the half knock themselves out.
But it's going to be tough, whatever. Over to Hazel.
Thank you, Steve, Ken. And I'm not sure whether you guys believe in positive omens, but if you do, it could be a very exciting day today, because it was on this day, 21st of April, 20 years ago, 1997, that Ronnie O'Sullivan knocked in the fastest 147 ever seen. And on this day, 5 years ago to the day, that Stephen Hendry knocked in what was the 10th and most recent Crucible maximum. Thank you, Snookerbacker, for that rather lovely nugget. But we can't predict anything, can we? I can say with some certainty, though, this is the rough plan for the afternoon. Former champ Stuart Bingham's chances wither before our eyes. 5-0 down against Kyron Wilson, but green shoots of recovery, won the last 3. It's game on today. Ding Junhui made 15 centuries on his run to the last final last year. He knocked in 3 already. Is he warming up nicely to go one better? Well, he's going to have to barge past friend and fellow countryman Liang Wenbo first. Either way, China wins.
Yeah, I played Ding, very good friend. I think I want we just want to play very good match. Want the Chinese fans and in the world fans, everybody watch good match.
Now, it doesn't pay to make him angry. A focused and fired up Ronnie was all business last night. Blistering start against Sean Murphy. And Sean's actions are going to have to speak louder than words in their second session this afternoon.
I like to try and do my talking on the table.
John Higgins on a mission to join O'Sullivan on 5 world titles. The Scot sets out in his first session against Mark Allen today. Shot Mark Allen today.
Shot clock or no clock? You decide. We want to know your thoughts, so get in touch using the hashtag BBC Snooker.
So a live action at about 2:30, but till then we'll reflect on the other 2 matches that got underway at 10 o'clock this morning. And in fact, in Stuart Bingham's case, a match that has resumed. Now, as you know, it took Stuart Bingham about 21 months to come to terms with the fact that he was a world champion after that fantastic victory here in 2015. And I guess increased expectations of himself and by everybody else on him, put a lot of pressure on. Took him 3 finals, and then in the 4th since then, he finally got over the line, winning the Welsh Open in February. So, pressure off? Not really. Now he's got to prove that he's not a crucible one-hit wonder.
Muhammad Ali, golf, tennis, football, snooker, darts. Darts is good, yeah, I'd say darts is pretty up there. Me winning the World Championships. I remember losing a tennis final with a doubles partner, and I remember sort of having a right pop at him, and sort of half crying as well. I fulfilled it last year. I quite like Coventry, Ricoh Arena. I think the conditions there always play pretty good. I'm always into gadgets, computers, so I think I'd be along the lines of something like that. It's Lose Yourself by Eminem. You actually listen to the words. It's actually from his film 8 Mile. I sort of goes goosebumps now, just sort of listen to it. Winner, winner, chicken dinner comes to mind. I remember missing my flight when I won the World Amateur in '96. I actually got the dates wrong. I looked at the arrival day instead of the takeoff day, and I rang up the EASB and I said, what's the weight limit? And they said, where are you? I said, I'm at home. They said, you should be on the flight.
The first of the second round match is just about to get underway.
And that settles this first frame. Kyren Wilson leads Stuart Bingham by 1-0. Wow, that's fantastic cueing.
Just has to finish on this green nicely. Anywhere but there.
So Kyren Wilson leading by 3-0.
He actually got a kick there. Another excellent pot. He now leads by 5-0. And he'll be a very relieved man to get a frame on the board. He's still 2 more to go, but he trails 5-1.
Well, Kyren's had a look to see if he could play a massé shot here and pop the red in the middle. Needs to be very, very careful not to play a push shot here. I think that may well have been a push. So a very relieved Stuart Bingham wins the 7th frame and trails now by 5-2.
Looks like he's playing the pot. And it's there to be a delighted Stuart Bingham.
He'll be absolutely delighted to finish this session only 5-3 down.
So as you saw, not the greatest of starts for Bingham. Found himself 5-0 down, but clawed his way back, winning the last 3 of their opening session yesterday afternoon. And this morning, as we pick them up, Stewart's made an 84 contribution. He's now just 1 behind at 5-6. And into the next we go. Bingham up by 26 points here, all watched by John Virgo and Peter Ebdon.
Huge frame. He's played the double, and he's got it.
2. But the snooker Kyron Wilson now needs, Stewart's got. Funny old game. Now you see it, 28 ahead, but there's 25 remaining. It's a straightforward one-cushion escape, but your mind can play funny tricks with you. There you go.
Foul. Stuart Bingham 2, Kyron Wilson 4.
I was only thinking the other day, I've never seen so many escapes from snooker miss that you do here.
I think one of the reasons for that, John, is because these cushions with the new cloths and the new balls, they just slide so much, and it is very easy to get it wrong.
Anyway, Kyron Wilson can now win this frame. 24 points behind. 25 remaining. We've been saying all along how big a frame this is. It's massive now. No, but he's just not knocking those mid-distance balls in. He's had a few chances this frame. I was thinking about this, Stuart. It does cut to the middle. He needs the green to get to snookers required. 2 snookers required. And in the end, try to edge his bets. Why? Why?
Well, John, there's been so many twists and turns in this final frame. I'm beginning to get a little bit dizzy. Quite incredible. An amazing frame of snooker.
Just the pressure of the situation. I mean, Stuart would absolutely delighted. There's the frame time, 32.5 minutes. Longest frame in the match. And probably the most important. Could have played that better. But if Kyron was to win this, it felt like winning 2 frames in effect. Needing a snooker and the chances that Stuart has had to clinch it. Stuart would be very disappointed if he goes into the mid-session interval 2 behind, same as he started this morning. And every likelihood that that's going to be the case now.
7.
And under the circumstances and given what's gone before in this frame, that was an excellent pot under pressure. Timed that really well. Soft screw shot with left-hand side. Timed that beautifully. Another chance.
Blue, pink and black still required. It's not hit that well.
Normally, John, on that sort of shot, when you do need to get into the cue ball with quite a lot of power, Kyron goes very long, and I noticed that he was quite short on that. And when you do go short, you just can't get the cue power on those sort of shots.
So has this frame got another twist? And where's the pink running to?
Karen Wilson, 12th.
Now, Stuart, I don't know how many chances you've had to clinch this frame, but could this be the decisive one? Unbelievable. This game has never come easy, has it? It doesn't forgive you sometimes, you feel, Peter. He says you've had enough chances, you know, I'm not going to make it easy for you.
Well, to be perfectly honest, John, I'm in a state of shock. The number of chances that both players have had. This is just pressure. And it's beautiful pressure, and that's one of the beautiful things about the Crucible. We see players tested to an extent that they're never normally tested. And under the circumstances, that was a very good safety shot, duly acknowledged by Stuart Bingham.
Yeah, decision time for Stuart. I think the obvious shot to me is to play the pink up the table and try and get the cue ball in behind the black. That would be Italian snooker. But got the double kiss. It wouldn't surprise me now. Anything could happen in this frame. Both players have had umpteen opportunities to clinch it. Who will the balls favour in the end?
Well, it's not a difficult shot to put the pink onto the baulk cushion. Don't think the angle is there to play a cross-table double. That was definitely the right shot to play, and he played it really well.
Just got to get the pace right, half ball pink, and send it down to this top cushion. That's okay. And it's not that easy now for Kyron to try and get in behind the black here without risking leaving the pink near the pocket.
May elect to push the pink onto the right-hand side cushion. Looks as if he's trying to get the cue ball behind the black though, and this is a really tough shot. He didn't want that, because not only has he put the black into a safer position, he's left a double that almost certainly Stuart Bingham will take on, because he can play it with a degree of safety and get a good cue ball onto the black cushion. Well, it's quite away from that. Not the greatest angle on the pink. It would be a really tough shot to take on.
It's a few times now, and I've seen Kyron inspecting his tip. One would hope that nothing is amiss with it.
This is a massive shot to take on. And that's brilliant. That is absolutely brilliant. Has he got the cannon on the black? Oh! What a shot. So unlucky. That was brilliant.
Yeah, he's had a few long pots that he's missed, and that was top draw. And I suppose there's some justice after the chances that have been had that we have come down to a black ball shootout.
Karen
He's played
Wilson,
that well.
6.
He's asking a question now for Stuart Bingham to get this safe. And it's not going to be easy, I promise you.
This is an excellent safety shot. That's brilliant. That is absolutely brilliant. Well played.
Yeah, it's purposely played at that pace to come off the baulk cushion down to the side cushion. And this is another good safety from Kyron. Two in front or all square. That's the value of this black ball game.
Same shot for Stuart, and if that doesn't go in, it's over the pocket. It's pulling to the left slightly. It's over the pocket.
He'll be disappointed, Stuart. Remember, at one time, Kyron needed a snooker. He didn't get it, Stuart got it. And he potted the yellow. But this black to retain his two-frame advantage. In it goes, longest frame of the match so far, just over 41 minutes. But what a big one it was, particularly for Kyron Wilson. There, as you were, 7-5 at the mid-session interval.
Yeah, the Warrior Wilson, the former Shanghai Masters winner, has a little bit of breathing space again. He started this second session well. He's had his first ton, his first century, 110, a couple of frames back. But he's got Bingham breathing down his neck this morning. In we go to frame 13 now, and it's Bingham 13 points in front.
Too thick, much too thick. Has to be said, the standard of the play this morning in the first four frames, and this one, has been a little bit below par, but that's what the Crucible Theatre can do. Pressure on every shot. There you see it, pot success. Stuart Bingham not too bad, but Kyron 82%. Safety success. All these stats should be 90% or above if you're going to be pleased with what you're producing.
Three.
Bit of work to do here. This isn't a formality to pot the red and get good position on the colour.
Kyron Wilson, 3.
Kyron is normally very reliable with the rest, and that's a few shots he's missed with the rest in this match now, and a couple this morning. He'll be very disappointed with that. Normally he doesn't miss very much at all with the rest, and that's, again, purely an indication of the pressure that's out there for both players.
Yeah, I mean, just from our point of view, sat in the commentary box, it seems at the moment that the occasion is just getting the better of both players. But that's a good pot from Stuart.
1.
Okay, maybe a bit thin on the blue. If he is, and he feels that way, he can always play the yellow.
Turn our phone off, please.
The dreaded mobile phone. And they are reminded by our MC, Rob Walker, to switch the phones off.
Maybe it was a call to remind them to switch the phone off, John.
Yeah. No, I won't be happy with that, Stuart. Unless he can just get past the pink to the red to the right corner. I think it may just have stopped in time. Be in place, yes, he can just get past the pink. Another roll and he'd have been on nothing.
Four.
Well, the way things are going at the moment, John, this match has got 13-12 written all over it.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. You just don't feel that any player at the moment is going to grab this match by the scruff of the neck.
10. $11. $17. $18.
Once again, not the best positional shot from Stuart. I'm sure he played for the pink.
Fortunately, Stuart's got quite a large room for error here. Can play for a red into the left black pocket off either 2 or 3 cushions. Well, he played that with run inside. And to be honest, that was very fortunate because that could quite easily have gone very wrong.
23.
Oh, quite easily. He could have finished up on nothing. Put his hand up to apologise to Kyron. Much too much pace in the cue ball. But the kiss has helped.
24.
If you play him, it's a cannon. If it's unintentional, it's a kiss. There you go, ball spotted, 179 apiece. But that doesn't show up in the scoreline. But Stuart now has got to make the most of this opportunity.
30.
40 points the lead.
$31.
This is the one time where you wouldn't mind being straight on the pink. If the pink goes into the opposite corner that he's going to play this red, there's no problem. Well, there shouldn't be a problem anyway if he has to go up for the blue. Just a couple good positional shot. Should see this frame in the back.
38.
Obviously the pink will go. $54 ahead, 75 remains, so 2 reds, 2 colours still required.
$45.
There you go. Tournament balls potted from both players, all squared at 440. Ooh, needs this to bounce. Just about bounced.
50.
Pot this red goes 61 points in front with 59 remaining, but it should have been easier than this.
To be fair to Stuart, I did detect the sound of a slight kick, and that took the pace out of the cue ball.
51.
Retrieved the situation very well there. It was a nice pot.
Playing well and truly over now, and Kyron will be a little bit disappointed. He's had a couple of half chances here.
$57.
So missed an opportunity, this one, and I know, Peter, you think he's one of the best players you've seen with the rest.
Well, yesterday he was 11 out of 11 with the rest.
Oh, where's the cue ball gone? But I don't think it'll matter. I don't think Kyron will bother coming back to the table. He's just checking the scoreboard. 67 points behind, 51 remaining. That's enough. He's conceded, so not the best frame from either player, but they're all going to be important in the end. Kyron Wilson stars on 1 frame advantage, 7-6.
Yeah, the 2015 champion is giving this 26-year-old man from Kettering a real run for his money. It's a proper scrap out there, but Kyron Wilson has proper experience at the Crucible. It's his 3rd time here, and last year he beat seeded players Joe Perry and Mark Allen before eventually succumbing to the champion, Mark Selby, who went on to win the title for the 2nd time. So he's got form and he's got the experience, and this is all boiling up very nicely as we go into the next one. And this time it's Bingham, 9 points ahead.
Fantastic pots from Kyron Wilson.
Yeah, and it was made more awkward the fact he was stretching over the green and blue. But he's finished up with a nice angle on the blue here.
You're talking about apologising for flukes and tapping the table when your opponent plays a really good shot. We had a really unusual incident the other day when Zhao Guodong was snookered. Came out of a snooker. What a brilliant shot that is. That was absolutely fantastic. Well played. Yes, we had a really unusual situation where Zhao Guodong was snookered, deliberately came off the side cushion, baulk cushion, hit the red and deliberately left a snooker, played a great shot and then still apologised for leaving the snooker. It was quite amazing.
But as you say, that was an excellent shot on the blue there and brought all the reds into play.
7.
What's the chance this is to get back to 2 frames in front as he started this morning session?
I really believe, John, that this is one of Kyron Wilson's greatest strengths, and I think it's something that makes him just a little bit different from a lot of the modern young players coming through. When he's at his best, he's really aggressive, and he takes the first opportunity to open the balls up. So he's created this wonderful opportunity now. Can he take it?
$13. 14. 20. 21.
'Just got into that a little bit too much.
26.
Not perfect now. Pot's easy enough, but just a little bit of work to do with the cue ball. $17 points the lead. I was going to need, you would think, at least 4 of these reds with colours.
He'll be trusting to luck a little bit with this positional shot here. And he played that very well.
27.
Played the deep screw shot there. Lots of power. This is a tough pink. Deciding to take an equally tough black. How's this for a shot? How's this for a shot? How's this for a shot?
Absolutely inch perfect.
34.
And if he's on the red to the left corner, well, he couldn't have placed it better with his hand.
35.
Well, John, I first met Kyron Wilson during a pool exhibition that I did almost 20 years ago when he was 6 years of age. And I played him on this pool table, and I remember commenting
42.
to his parents how natural he was as a cueist. And here we are almost 20 years later. He beats me up in practice almost every day.
43.
Should have kept it to yourself. And the funny thing, although that's the first time you've mentioned that to me, I knew the story because I was with him in Ireland in January.
49.
And we did a Snooker Legends over there, and he told me the story. Yeah, so well done you, Peter.
50.
Well, we get a lot of thanks from a lot of the other professionals. But good to see a young man coming through. Neither player has really
56.
reached their limit of what they're capable of. Well, the red's not gone in.
Karen Wilson, 56.
But 47 in front. There's 43 remaining. One snooker to tie. But for that, he'll be 2 frames in front again.
And indeed he was. He restores that 2-frame advantage, and he's led from the first frame. Now, there's a long way to go here because it's first to 13 in this second round, so we're going to head into frame 15 of a possible 25.
Playing it in the middle. Good solid shot, but he got the kiss on the second red. Where's the cue ball going?
Foul. Stuart Bingham, 4.
That was unlucky. Could not foresee that, and he played the positive shot, trying to bring the red into play, and thought, well, that'll hold the cue ball for green or brown. Impossible to foresee it going off. Nice to see he's got the appetite to smile about it. I don't think I'd be smiling.
No, I'm sure inside he's not very happy about that at all. And to be honest, you could play that 100 times, and even if you tried to do that, you couldn't do it. So
No.
he was very unfortunate there.
Well,
as you say, he played the attacking shot. He could just have decided to try and pop the red, but he tried to give himself the opportunity of winning the frame in one visit by removing the difficult red. Well, that's not absolutely ideal, but he shouldn't miss this
6.
red into the left centre.
Yeah, this red, black, and one more red will be enough.
7.
Well, after this black, one more, the red and the colour needed. Because this red will put him 43 points in front with 43 remaining.
14. 15.
The black will put him 50 points in front with 43 remaining.
$22.
And to be perfectly honest, John, neither player will be happy with the way they've played this morning.
No, I think the only thing that maybe Stuart Bingham may take out of it, and it all depends on the last frame, there's one more frame to be played in this session. If he can come out all square, job done, because you'll be looking, having lost the first session 5-3, win the next one 5-3. If he's still 2 behind with the opportunities he's had, he'll be disappointed, as will Kyron, because he's had opportunities as well. But he was very unlucky in this instance to have gone in off. And that green going in means there's no way back to the table now for Kyron, so both players will be thinking about the last frame of this session and the importance of it.
27. 32. 34. 34 on the frame.
Well, it doesn't matter about the green, as I say. I think both players now are going out to the dressing room, preparing for what is a very, very important last frame. Kyron Wilson, he still leads by 1, 8-7.
Yeah, the world number 3, Stuart Bingham, just keeps nibbling into that lead of Kyron Wilson, but can he finally close that gap? As John says, highly significant final frame of this morning session coming up. Wilson is 5 points adrift.
No. He'll have been a little bit disappointed with his long potting this morning. I mean, he fully committed, fair play to him, but wasn't really that close. He's left a red on for Stewart. The problem that Stewart has is, how does he get out for a colour?
One.
Well, he found the gap nicely on the yellow. And as Peter and I were talking earlier, although neither player will be that pleased with the performance this morning, this is a chance for Stewart to get out of the venue and think, job done. Started 2 frames behind. Goes out all square.
Three. Four. Nine. Ten.
Well, John, this has been a thoroughly enjoyable session of snooker this morning, mainly because of the tension that has affected both players.
Yeah, well, seeing century breaks every frame is all well and good, but this is just to emphasise that it's the World Championship, there's tension in the air, and it's good, hard match play. And the mistakes just make it that more watchable, because you don't know when it's going to come. I mean, we'd like to sit in the commentary box here and predict every shot
50.
and be right. No fun in that.
Stewart played a lovely positional shot there. Gave himself the choice of 3 reds. Red into the right corner. Red into either middle pocket. This is the one that's most straightforward.
16.
And that was nicely worked out to get that red away from the pink spot. It's quite obvious that Stewart's concentration has gone up a notch, and he's just taking his time
22.
here. He knows the importance of this contribution, this visit, and indeed just how important winning this frame would be in the context of this match.
23.
Slightly overhit that. He's okay. Nice little cannon here to leave himself on the red in the same pocket. Looking good.
29.
Just check in to see if the pink will go to the left corner. If not, I'll have to go up the blue, but it looks as though it goes. I still have a tendency to play up for the blue here, just to cut out the chance that that red that's just to the left of the pink as we look now, you don't want that to come into play. And that's why he didn't want to take that risk and went up for the blue. Thinking clear. And after losing the first 5 frames, remember, of this match, to finish the second session all square would be a
35.
very positive thought for Stewart. And just the opposite for his opponent. As Kyron let it slip.
Well, Kyron certainly had chances this morning.
36.
And he'll be very disappointed with his performance today. Shake of the head there confirms that. But this is all great experience for the young man. And there really is no better experience than the often torturous
42.
times that you face at the Crucible here.
43.
This is good stuff from Stuart Bingham. Digging deep here.
48.
A red and a black. Well played.
49.
We'll leave Kyron Wilson needing a snooker. No heroics with the cue ball here, I think. Make sure of the black. And then play a good safety shot.
The applause tells you snooker
56.
required. I mean, he's tempted to play this red. He knows if he drops it in, that is definitely frame over. But at the moment, if he played it and left it, just one snooker needed for Kyron Wilson. This frame would be still on. No heroics. Just give it every chance to drop. Decided it was too risky. Where's the red ball going?
Stuart Bingham, 56.
So, but for a snooker, Stuart Bingham has levelled the match.
Well, it's possible that Kyron may be able to hit this red up the back, send it down the table, and snooker Stuart on all of the reds. Well, perhaps he couldn't get in behind it, and he got a kick on the red anyway. I just thought if it was possible to hit the red from behind, he could have left the cue ball where the red was and snooker him on all 4 reds behind the yellow. But as it's turned out, it was a good kick because he's snookered Stuart on the reds anyway. Not that he should miss this.
Stuart will be a little bit concerned. As I say, there's only one snooker, and if Kyron can get the chance, he'd pot 3 of these reds with blacks, and one of them, you would think of those 3, would be behind the pink. Be able to play a snooker off. Didn't play the pot there because he couldn't get position. Wouldn't want to be opening these 3 reds. But then, don't let the scoreboard determine the right shot. to play.
Well, I know it's a thin snick, but this red does go.
Yeah, and I'd rather play it than play safe off the 3 reds in the middle of the table. The only thing is, if he caught it too thick, he could run into those 3 reds. And then he'd be scratching his head. So he's playing safe off these 3 reds, thinking he may not want to the side cushion. Much too thick. Much too thick. So he's 61 points in front, 59 remaining. This Karen will be going for the pot here, no doubt.
Could there possibly be just one more twist left in this session, John?
Well, it wouldn't surprise you, and Stuart Bingham will be a little bit edgy because he's already lost 1 frame this morning where his opponent needed a snooker.
Seven. Eight.
It's okay. You'd like to have been a little straighter on this black, but doesn't have to do a lot with the cue ball, just concentrate on the pot. Wants to be on the red to the right corner.
15.
With only needing 1 snooker, I don't suppose it really matters. You could play the snooker on the yellow if you could get the cue ball in the right position. But with that red being adjacent to the pink, you think he may decide to play the snooker off the last red.
16.
Because to get a telling snooker, you need the cue ball to be tight to the snookering ball and put distance between cue ball and object ball. So he's going to play the snooker behind the pink. 38 behind, 35 remaining, 1 4-point snooker required. Got to try and get this tight behind the pink here. And couldn't have played that any better. Could not have played that any better. And where the reds finish, every possibility of a free ball.
Well, John, could there be one more twist?
You called it. Now let's see if we can find a way out of this. I'm not certain how much of the cushion he can hit, the right-hand side cushion. Boy, this is a tough shot. Miss won't be called because we're in the snooker's required stage. But Stuart will be very keen not to leave a free ball here. I mean, if he comes down this side, I mean, there's not much of the red to hit. Well, that's my suggestion, but as I say, he's playing it this way. He didn't want to leave the free ball. And miss won't be called.
Well, Karen Wilson 4. Free ball.
Oh, free ball. So obviously it's difficult to tell from our position.
Brown ball.
You can't get to both sides of the red, so in a way he overhit that. Here's the twist you were talking about, Peter.
What?
Glance at the scoreboard. That brown counted as a red. And Stewart, nothing he can do now. Is this going to be the second frame this morning he's lost when his opponent needed a snooker? If he gets on this yellow, you think that's going to be the case, and he's landed absolutely perfect by the looks of it.
5.
Red colour and the 6 remaining colours to retain his 2-frame advantage.
6.
Under normal circumstances, this would be a straightforward clearance. But Kyren Wilson is now under massive pressure to clear here.
10.
The difference between 9-7 and 8 each.
Always
12.
feeling these clearances that the key shot is brown to blue. If he gets perfect on the blue, it's a formality. And Stewart, he'll be, well, very upset that he's let this chance to finish all square going into the final session this
15.
evening. Well, this is the key shot. Get a good angle on the blue. No problem. Absolutely inch perfect.
24.
So this will be the second frame that Stuart Bingham has lost this morning when his opponent needed a snooker.
$30.
We might see a little bit of a fist pump here because this was a frame Kyren never looked like winning. But in goes the black, there you go, that's what it meant to him. That was a big, big frame. Stuart Bingham will be very upset to have lost it. Kyren Wilson, he nearly knocked the referee over there. And that will give him a 2-frame advantage going into the final session this evening. He leads 9 frames to 7.
And what a one to win. 61 points behind, needing a snooker, laid it beautifully. That is a clever, canny move by Kyren Wilson, wasn't it?
It certainly is, and actually, we know sometimes when you get the snooker and then all of a sudden you've got the easy clearance, there's pressure on to do it, and you can actually bottle that part of it. But Kyren Wilson looks very strong in that department. He's got an all-round game that's strong, and also he's got some guts and determination.
We were talking about his scoring. Now, 3+ 50s, half centuries in his first match. Now, he's made his first century here this year in this match. But you mentioned his all-round game. You don't think of him as primarily a potter. How clever a player is this guy?
Well, he seems to be very clear. He seems to be very level-headed, seems to have a good all-round game. That's what you need to win this championship. Because when you have to rely sometimes, your pots aren't always going to go in, you aren't always going to make the breaks, and some frames do get scrappy. You need to have a little bit of that craft, and he certainly has that. I mean, to win 2 frames, needing a snooker against, a former world champion, takes guts and determination, and also a little bit of the old noose up here.
Absolutely. Very clear, very mature a personality seems to be. The warrior, he's not a warlock, is he? What should we possibly...
The wily warrior.
The wily warrior. I think that's good. That
wily
fits,
warrior Wilson. Warrior Wilson.
Yeah.
Whatever.
You've got to be able to say it, that's the thing. Anyway, they'll be coming back for their final session this evening. Wilson with that 2-frame advantage. Ken and I were doing the Red Button commentary last night, and the full presentation every evening on the Red Button, and it was great fun to do, I must say. And Jason will be accompanying Mr. Davis there tonight, so don't forget, press red. You'll get the whole presentation. You'll get all of the action every evening on the Red Button. It's been great fun to do, I can tell you that. All right, now we've talked a lot about the Chinese domination of the draw here this year. A record number of 6 Chinese players made it to Sheffield this time. All of them in the top half of the draw. 4 of them are through to round 2. 2 of them meet in this second round. Ding Junhui against Liang Wenbo. So either way, China wins. They'll have a guaranteed quarter-finalist, but which one?
Ding Junhui goes through into the second round.
Liang Wenbo goes through into the last 16.
This time is probably the best derby match ever for the Chinese audience, because Ding has been doing quite well earlier this season, winning the 6th Rares World Championship and also his 12th ranking title. And Wenbo, of course, getting into the top 16, established elite player, and winning his first ranking title in Manchester. That's the English Open. That's why he got his nickname, the Firecracker. It's great to have someone with a strong character in our game, and it's exciting to see him doing so well on the circuit.
Yeah, I played Ding. We have good friends. I think we just want to play very good match. Want the Chinese fans and in the world fans, everybody watch good match. Yeah, should be good. Yeah.
When we talk about Ding, he is definitely the top 5 sporting hero now playing in his professional career, and I suppose maybe 90% of the people know who he is and what he does. That's how big a name he is.
I bring the snookers back to China, make that famous, make more people, more young children like it. I believe they could have more players come to Crossbow next few years.
He has been a role model for all the up-and-coming Chinese young players for nearly 1 decade. He's doing so well, and all the new generations looking up to him. If he wins, he will be the first one to leave the title for China, for Asia, and that will be a special moment for everyone in China.
It's quite hard to play somebody from the same countries in China. I just want the concentrations, any shots, but it's always something like the news. Everything's come from other sides to saying the Chinese derby. Everything's come to my mind, but I won't just lose it and play my clean snookers.
If you do good, everybody have chance. Just now you last 16, yeah. If you, just 4 matches, just keep going, concentrate, control the table, confident, yeah.
Well, it's amazing to think that Ding actually turned 30 years old on the 1st of April, and he's been the Pied Piper of Chinese snooker for half his life, with 12 big wins on the tour, and players like Liang Wenbo, who's actually 2 months older, have tried to emulate his success. Liang has 1 tour win, and that was winning the Steve Davis Trophy in the English Open last year. But it's interesting to note that in matches between these two, it's Liang who holds the better record with 3 wins to 1, although this is their first meeting in a competitive match anyway for fully 3 years. Well, Ding has motored away with this in the early part of the match. 2 centuries, a 1-1-1 and a 1-1-3. That's 5 so far already this year at the Crucible. And in fact, he's 3-1 in front in frames as well. We'll pick them up in frame 5 here, and it's Stephen Hendry and Willie Thorne in charge.
Well, once he kissed the black, it's rare that the black would come down the table and leave it as a snookering ball, but that's what's happened. You can see the edge of the pack, apart from the black going at that end. And the brown's in the way just to rest on the red on the back cushion, so he's going to have to play a little bit of left-hand side. Can't play this plain ball, needs a touch aside to get there. Going around the back of it, but it's safe. I say safe, he could possibly play the one to the left of the pink into the green pocket, but that's not easy. a bit of help. He hasn't got it. Now this pink's going to be very, very tricky. I said a few moments ago that he's trying to make every post a winning post. Is this the time possibly to put the brown on the right-hand side cushion and play the snooker behind green and black? Don't get me wrong, if he was 50 points behind, he'd be taking this pink on without question. But sometimes, Stephen, you've got to play to the scoreboard.
Yeah, I can't believe I'm going to say this, but I think you're right. I think they push the brown to the cushion. I mean, if you play the pink, you're playing for a position on the red. I think he's going to play safe off the pink. Same shot as you said, though. Cue ball behind green and black.
Ding Junhui 1.
Or
Make
brown.
sure that's switched off now,
But
please.
wouldn't you want a bit of insurance, Steve, by playing the brown safe?
Yeah, I think he looked to the shot you suggested. You know, the last thing he wants is a high-value colour down here in the open with where the reds are.
I don't think he's gained any advantage with that shot at all. Especially if he cuts this in.
I'm afraid he's got no one to blame but himself. Ding Junhui now for this situation.
Yeah.
Just trying to rest on this red that's nearest the left-hand jaw, but now you can see why it was so important to put the brown safe on the previous shot, just purely because Liang Wenbo could be getting 4 reds and 4 colours, and then of course the clearance is on. It wouldn't have been with the brown safe.
Well, Ding Junhui has made 2 centuries, countless great tops in this match so far, but that is up there with the best he's played this morning. What a shot. You can't really flick off the red that's the closest red to the cue ball, the one nearest the pink. You can't flick off that because green and brown are in the way. And if he plays it slightly thicker, he'll be pushing it towards the corner pocket. And the 2 on the pink spot, the same scenario. If he plays it thin to go onto the baulk cushion, that red will spring away from it and leave a long pot on. This is not straightforward. Got to make sure he covers the red up, because as you'll see in a moment, it's going to spring away from that other red. There could be a pot on here. Is there a gap? Is there a gap? Not quite. He has left a shot to nothing on the pink spot one.
Now Wimbo looks like he's shaping up to take this on, but can he, if he misses the red, avoid colliding with pink or the other two reds and get it back to safety? You feel he loses a frame if he misses this?
Yes, it's one of those. If he plays it slow, plain ball, the gap's not a problem between pink and red. But as you rightly say, if he hits it slightly harder and misses the pot, he may career into them. So he tried to make sure of the gap and missed it. Could be very costly. He's already trailing by 45 points.
He's just left this a little bit awkward. If Ding Junhui could possibly concentrate so much on where the cue ball's going, he could miss the pot here. No, safely in. So yeah, that red.
One.
Now Wimbo. I thought it would cost him the frame if he missed it, and it has done. So Ding Junhui knows the very worst now. He's going to be level going into the second session.
6.
But now it's all about pressing home the advantage. How many of these last 3 frames can you get?
$13. 14.
So frame over. Ding knows he can't be behind going into the second session now. Can he make it a wide enough gap to make it
20.
The catalyst to be too much margin between the two players?
21.
Very rarely does a player come back from 7-1 or 6-2 behind in a best of 25. So already, even though Liang Wenbo's played not too bad this morning, he's had breaks of 57 and 62,
26.
and so far he's only won one of the frames.
28. $31. 35. 40. 46.
So he's going to pot the black to at least have a 50 break, yet another 50 plus break, but it was a bit of a scrappy frame. Probably scrappy so far, but it's Ding Junhui that takes it. Stretches his lead now to 4-1.
Well, Liang hit back in the next frame, got it back to 2-4, but this is an emphatic first session from the man who was runner-up here last year. Ding made another break of 62 to go 5-2 in front. And in the 8th frame, there was a 70 as well to take a 6-2 lead into tonight's second session. Ding Junhui, the owner, of course, of 3 major titles, the Masters and 2 UK Championships, just needs the world to complete a triple crown, and he looks very, very sharp. 5 centuries so far. Now, over 210 million people watched that final with Ding Junhui and Mark Selby last year. How sprightly does he seem to you early on, Ken?
Yeah, it looks very good. I watched his first match. He was very impressive against Yu Long. And as you said, 5 centuries. Obviously scoring very well. One of the best in the world at making century breaks. And the way he goes about his breaks as well. And if he's in good form, if he's on the top of his game, he's a match for anybody. We saw how well he played here last year. Could have won the title. And he is a major contender this year again.
What do you think that experience of getting to the final and getting so close, because he pushed Selby hard in that final session, what do you think that's done for him? Because he seemed so uptight coming to the Crucible on previous occasions.
I think for the World Championship alone, purely in the Crucible, experience counts for perhaps more than in other events. And the fact that you know what is required and what it feels like to go the distance can be a marvellous thing to have in your armoury, because other players, it's a journey into the unknown. Yeah. And I think it just calms you down to know what to withstand, and everything is thrown at you at the Crucible. But there was a point in that frame in that match earlier on, that was 2-1 the scores. Neither of them could pot a ball, it was all over the place. But then whoever survives that, and it looks like Ding's done that, now all of a sudden he's got control of the game. And I think Ding's a good controller of matches. OK, well, as you say, nobody can be perfect snooker for the whole of the 17 days, so he's got through that one, and they're back for their second session this evening. Now, its popularity is absolutely huge in China. It's hard to overestimate that. And Ding's popularity lives here in Sheffield. It's the only way he can get a quiet life, actually. But he's been the subject of a documentary called Enter the Dragon, China's Snooker Star. It was made by the BBC's Jamie Broughton. It's now available on the iPlayer and narrated by a certain Mr. Davis.
The bus journey gives the players a chance to catch up. Snooker has been a popular sport in China's 3rd biggest city for many years. Tonight's destination is the famous Guangzhou Tower, where the reception is being held. The snooker fans are also making their way to the event. This red carpet event feels more like a movie premiere in Hollywood. Only in China do snooker players get treated like film stars. Most of the fans here have only ever seen their hero on television before, so are keen to get an autograph. Sheffield is a city Ding knows well. He's lived here for the past 10 years. In China, it's impossible for him to walk down the street without being recognised. But here, it's a different story. Well, almost a different story.
Hello.
Hi. Best of luck.
Thank you.
And he takes it all with such grace. He really is a lovely person. And you'll be able to see that, as I say, on the iPlayer. You can access it anytime you wish. Right, I'd better get a wiggle on here because time is fleeting and we're under a bit of time pressure today in Table Talk. And the reason for the haste is because we are talking shot clocks today. The Snooker Shootout is currently the only event on the World Snooker Tour that uses a shot clock. It puts the players under a great deal of pressure. They have to strike the ball, and they've got 15 seconds in which to do so for the first 5 minutes, and then it goes down to 10 seconds thereafter. So, a bit of fun or a serious pain in the neck? Let's get the players' views.
A shot clock of some sorts could be introduced, I think. I think more of a playing time clock, not each shot, but maybe the referee and the tournament organiser can assess how things are going at the interval.
Shot clock is not going to work, you know. It's not snooker. Snooker's never been about shot clock. OK, we have the shootout and things like that, so be it. I mean, if some players do want to take long and drag matches out and whatnot, then, you know, that's their business, but you can't do shot clock.
I personally think they could use like a traffic light system. Like when you're green, obviously you're flying, so you don't have to worry. If you get to sort of yellow, you can get sort of a little nudge and say, look, you're a little bit getting slow, and then obviously if you're red, then you're in deep trouble.
I would be all for it if it was maybe a one-table format or maybe a two-table format, but when you've got multi-table tournaments, which nearly every tournament we play in nowadays is multi-table, it's impossible, so it's not a non-starter as far as I'm concerned.
Oh, John's not for it, but would it be an effective tool for speeding up debate? Let's find out. Gentlemen, are you ready? Ken, is it an effective tool for speeding up debate? Your 15 seconds starts now.
It is effective, yes, but I don't think it can be introduced, as John said, a multi-table. I think an average shot clock time could be introduced, or players could be made aware of it, as opposed to bing, 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 bing.
OK, not bad, actually, 13 seconds. Steve, have a look at this graphic, which actually gives you the slowest and the fastest shot times of the players so far. Ronnie, not surprisingly, 19 seconds. Anthony McGill, who went home in the first round, 30 seconds. I have to say, it's felt pretty brisk to me this year. Only one match has gone to overtime so far. Your impressions and indeed your thoughts on whether it should be introduced at the Crucible. Start the clock. That's what you call a pregnant pause.
No. And I think that proves the point. All the players are playing the game very fast. The players who play very slowly usually lose. And the only thing about the shot clock that does stop things is that I'm over time.
OK, thank you very much. Ken, the shot clock would add an extra degree of jeopardy to proceedings and may stop people falling asleep in the front row. Start the clock.
I don't think it could be introduced at the World Championship. I think it would take away from the World Championship. And would they fall asleep? I don't think so.
OK.
They're very tired.
You're under the wire again. That's 14 seconds. Steve, the shot clock is an infernal gimmick that shouldn't be allowed anywhere near a snooker tournament, not least the snooker shootout, which should not be a world ranking event in the first place. Start the clock.
The shootout is a fantastic event, but it shouldn't be a ranking event. A shot clock is not snooker. Also, the rules of the shootout are very different, so it shouldn't be a ranking event at all. The biggest problem with a shot clock is you take away the tension, and tension is what snooker's about.
OK, just one more. How many world championships would you have won, Steve, if there had been a shot clock in place? Start the clock.
I'd have won 7 world championships.
I like it. I'm not sure the shot clock is the way forward at the Crucible, but it's certainly onwards and upwards for Ronnie O'Sullivan today. A fantastic start to his second round last night. He and Sean Murphy readying themselves backstage for another blockbuster session this afternoon. And the figure of Ronnie looms large here in Sheffield, quite literally at the moment.
Not just the players who've been putting years of hard work and dedication to the test, I'm here to meet a very special young man who's showcasing his talent, but on the biggest possible stage.
It's a passion to him. He loves it. He gets a spray can in his hand and he's in another world. He's done a lot in here for me. And then this big wall outside, it's a blank canvas for him. So he said to me, Dad, can I use this wall? So I said, yeah, of course you can. I said, what are you going to paint on there? He said, I'm going to predict winner at World Championships this year. So I said, go on then, Brett, who's that? He said, you'll have to wait and see.
Well, it goes back as early as being a toddler, you know. He used to be opening presents, my brother, like all toys and things. I said, I'd be opening pads and pens and paper and stuff like that. I don't want to turn away from it, but my vision's pulling me to something, if you know what I mean. It's pulling me to something stronger. My dream is to paint for a living. Anybody who can make a 147 as fast as he has, televised, is a pure genius, if you ask me. I'd like you to primer it up in green, if you would. And then, once you've primered it in green, if we could get somehow that Ronnie could come and we could sign it, you know, that would make my dream come true, that would.
I'm very excited. To be honest with you, I didn't think this would... Brett, you're the best, thank you.
Hold your arm up, try and keep your wrist perfectly still. That's all. Now hold it a bit closer. That's the one. Keep layering it up.
Am I doing a good job?
Yeah, that's it. Doing it perfect. I wanted to do something for my dad, to show my dad, and there's my talents or what I've got. And I wanted him to pick the photo, so he picked the photo through internet, or old photos. It's the only way I can run away, but without going anywhere. It's not compared to my art, you know what I mean?
And there you go, you'll be able to see that around the town here in Sheffield. Ronnie's achievements immortalised on stone. Now, it's interesting to note that our Tech Talk feature on the rocket is partly authored by one S. Murphy Esquire, the man that Ronnie is attempting to send back home to his practice room today.
Well, we've had some unbelievably talented snooker players in the history of our wonderful game, but have you ever seen anybody more talented than Mr. Ronald O'Sullivan?
No. No is the honest answer. He is the most naturally gifted snooker player I've ever seen. And I don't think in snooker there is a better sight to see than a Ronnie in full flight. He's great to watch.
He really is the all-round package. He's got a brilliant safety game. He's got a safety game which can destroy other world-class players. It's that good.
Do you think Ray Reardon had a bearing on that?
Oh, absolutely. And I don't think enough has been said about that, because I think Ray Reardon made an enormous impact into Ronnie O'Sullivan's game, completely transformed his game, so much so that the last time he played Ali Carter in the final of the World Championship, in my honest opinion, Ronnie O'Sullivan was as close to being unplayable as anything I've ever seen. His safety was that good. You were in trouble whenever you came to the table.
If you look back at footage of Ronnie playing pre-Ray to after, he actually looks a different player from a technical point of view. He was much faster pre-Ray. I think his bridge was a significant distance further from the cue ball pre-Ray. Now, that may not have been Ray Reardon's influence, but it was coincidental that it happened at the same time.
Now, Peter, you noticed a technical thing with Ronnie. What was it?
It's really, really unusual, and he's the only top player in the game that I know is able to play the shot. The thing with Ronnie O'Sullivan that makes him so unique is that he plays everything with side. Now, that is an absolute no-no from the textbook's point of view. You'd think that somebody that plays with so much side would be inconsistent, and yet Ronnie, when he's his best, is just literally unbelievable. The one shot that he plays when he's near the cushion, he literally plays a safety shot from, say, for instance, at the balk end. He's digging down on the cue ball, playing with loads of side, and clipping the ball thin. I've never seen anybody else play that shot, and he plays it so consistently.
Which, on these cloths as well, being so fine, you know the ball throws off and sometimes doesn't come back. I mean, that takes some time.
So difficult to do.
It does take some timing, but I think there's an interesting point. If you're going to shape the ball, if Ronnie knows he's going to shape the ball right to left or left to right from up there to the object ball, and he knows he's going to get it, then I think that's a really good idea. He's taking the nuances of the cloth, whether the table's level or not, what type of arena we're playing in. Are we playing in the, Shanghai where it's dead humid, or are we playing in Sheffield where it's not? Takes all of that out of the equation, and he gets the exact shape that he knows he's looking for.
He's going to win more things, isn't he?
Definitely. I'm hoping he's going to be around for a long time, because the tournament is extra special when he decides to play in it. It's as simple as that.
From a ticket sales point of view, I hope he continues playing forever. But from a snooker player point of view, I hope he retires next year.
Spoken like a true pro.
Interesting thoughts. Now, Murphy is famously the last qualifier to claim the title in 2005. He's got close to becoming a multiple world champion several times as well, losing to John Higgins and Stuart Bingham 2 years ago. Won the most recent of his 7 world ranking titles on the tour in Gibraltar just a few weeks ago. It was his first since becoming a father to Harry last year. Now, the build-up has been full of intrigue and controversy. There he is, Sean, just getting himself loosened up. Sean piling into the debate following the controversy that swirled after Ronnie's press conference outburst on Sunday, and all of this has acted like kerosene on burning embers, and it's clearly fired up the rocket. Mark Allen and 4-times champion John Higgins all ready to go as well, and Rob Walker is ready to ramp things up again. It's all yours, Rob.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is surely the best lineup we've ever had for a second round session here at the Crucible. What an atmosphere here on a fabulous Friday afternoon at the Betfred World Snooker Championship. This could be absolutely epic. Please welcome, first of all, a player making his 8th appearance in the second round at the Crucible, Made the semis here 8 years ago. He has since won 3 ranking titles. One of the great break builders of the modern game. From Northern Ireland, here comes Mark the Pistol Allen.
People just want more and more freedom and love. What he's looking for, more and more. People just want more and more freedom and love. What he's looking for, free from desire. Mind and senses purified.
And his opponent, 22 years after his debut, here he is coming out for a 19th appearance in the second round. Winner of 28 ranking titles in all. 4 times a champion of the world, and without doubt, one of the finest sportsmen Scotland has ever produced, the Wizard of Wishaw, John Higgins. And now, a man who has been thrilling crowds here at the Crucible for decades. 20 years ago today came that epic world record 147. He's since gone on to become a 5-time champion of the world. Blink and you'll miss him. He's the Rocket, Ronnie O'Sullivan. And finally, a class act on and off the bays. A winner of all 3 of the sport's Triple Crown events. His victory in Gibraltar earlier this season took him to 7 ranking titles. Champion of the world in 05. He's Sean the Magician Murphy.
So here we go for a fascinating session of snooker. It's online if you'd like to follow Mark Allen against John Higgins in their opening session, but part 2 of this Murphy O'Sullivan story about to be told in the company of Peter Ebdon and John Virgo.
Thank you, Hazel. Good afternoon, everybody. Well, if this session is anything like the first session...
Thank you, frame 9. Ronnie O'Sullivan to break.
Then we're in for a treat. Ronnie O'Sullivan with a 4-frame advantage. He'll be looking to push on. Big session this, Peter, for Sean.
Absolutely. Ronnie O'Sullivan breaking off left-handed. There you see the pot success percentages for this match. 81% to Sean Murphy, 91% for O'Sullivan.
Well, I assume he went for the pot there. There's one thing for sure. As we get the dreaded mobile phone, that Sean Murphy can't afford to lose this session 6-2. Otherwise there'd be no way back.
Never ceases to amaze me, John, no matter how many times our MC Rod Walker asks people to turn their mobile phones off or switch it onto silent, somebody's mobile phone always goes off. To be honest, it's unacceptable.
Mm. Well, Ronnie purposely running that red into the bunch of red, and I think the red that's come loose is just covered by the blue. It has. That's a nice little nudge off the brown. You don't mind that happening every now and then. Didn't look a particularly good safety shot until that flick of the browns put the cue ball behind the yellow. Ronnie trying to come round off 2 cushions, nestling to the back of the bunch. He'll still leave one to the middle if he's not careful. He's played it well. Ronnie just going down to the ballken to see where he wouldn't like to be for the next shot. Just a little bit pacey. Tight under the ball cushion would have been a lot better, and I think he may have left a pot on here. This red on the left-hand side of the table. There's a path through to it. In which case, you say that's a little bit careless. The thought that Ronnie put into the shot. Should have done better than this. And there you go. And the kiss on the blue is on a bad one for Sean.
Tremendous long pot from Sean Murphy there, digging down into the cue ball. Touch of left-hand side. This is a tough pink. Made it look easy.
Pink spot not available. Highest available is the blue. That won't bother Sean. That will, though, being the wrong side of the pink. It's got quite a few balls near that in the balk end to avoid here. Controlled it nicely.
14.
See no reason not to play a cannon here. Now where's the cue ball? Well, the cue ball's finished near the top cushion. And it begs the question, what is he on? Very little at first glance.
There may possibly be a red to the left centre. No. Had to play safe. That's slightly unfortunate.
21.
Of course, when you go into the balls like that with pace, you're never absolutely certain where the cue ball's going to finish. But even so, you're very unlucky to split the red so nicely and not end up on one.
Just got that a fraction too thick. Left a, well, you'd think a shot to nothing. Red to the right corner. I think he can play the pot and around the back of the black.
Switch that off, please.
Not another phone. right in the heart of the pocket. And if he gets a bounce off the baulk cushion, he'll be on the brown.
1.
He has, and he is.
Six.
I must say, John, I really like the back of Sean Murphy's waistcoat. That's very smart.
I hadn't noticed it, to be honest with you, Peter. Oh, yeah, very good. He's got a good opportunity here. Black available into both corners. And enough reds in the open for him not to be worrying about trying to bring other reds into play. There you go. He gets to 68 points. This stroke is required, so another 30 required. So that's 4 reds, 4 colours.
18.
Well, he needed a good start, and looks like he's going to get one.
Yes, and I was just thinking
24.
How wonderful it is to see just how fluent both of these players are, both of these great players are in amongst the balls. They really get on with it and play at a really nice pace. It's a very difficult thing to do under pressure. I remember the great Steve Davis once said, if you can play as if it means nothing when it means everything, that's the way to play. Fantastic philosophy, very difficult to put into practice.
32.
Both of these great players managed to do that.
33.
This black, one more red in the colour. And Ronnie will need a snooker. Not had much chance.
40.
This frame, he'll know that. It's not as if he's missed anything easy.
41.
Loose safety shot early on gave Sean a chance, and he's needed 2 chances, Sean, but he's made it with that. That puts him 68 points in front with just 67 remaining.
47. 48.
52.
No way back to the table now for Ronnie.
54.
He won't be getting out of his seat.
55.
Well, he'll do very well here if he can make a century.
63.
No. Unless this red passes the other one down the side, I don't think he's got anything
70.
on here. But he's done more than enough. Playing a plant, is he? Yeah. Ronnie gets to see if he can keep it going, but that's enough for Ronnie. Ronnie never got a chance in that frame. It was all about Sean Murphy. Just the start he wanted. He's 3 frames behind now. 6-3.
He certainly needed a positive start because yesterday he was absolutely under it last night, Ken. We enjoyed that one on the red button last night. Steve, I know you were watching as well. But in terms of this start, how much better about things will that make Sean feel?
Yeah, absolutely. It'll make him feel... He needs a fast start today, there's no doubt about it. Anything other than a 5-3 or more victory in this session for Sean, he'll be out of the championship if he doesn't get at least a 5-3 today, and that's a perfect start for him.
How much intensity, how much focus and desire was evident from O'Sullivan last night in that opening session, did you gauge?
I sensed that same grit and determination that he showed when he won his first round match against Gary Wilson. A little bit of emotion more so. There was a moment in the match last night, we didn't really talk about it, but Ronnie had failed to clinch his chance. Sean came back to the table and missed pretty quickly, and Ronnie potted one ball, and it was off camera, so I could see it, and he went like that.
Yeah.
It's like, this is my chance. I know I've messed a lot up. And he was really, really animated. Loads of aggression that you usually don't see with Ronnie around the table. I thought, I mean, whether it was against Sean or whether he's just got himself fired up for this event, and we may be saying at the end of the 2 weeks that he was on a mission and nobody was ever going to stop him.
It could be a bit of both because there was a fair bit of verbal in the build-up to this one, and certainly has fired Ronnie, if not Sean, up. Back we go. This is frame 10.
Well, he's left a chance of a red here, but Ronnie just having a look to see what the consequences would be if he went for the red and missed it. I don't think there's a path back to the ball, Ken. I think if he goes for the red, he's got to fully commit.
May even decide to use the red and the black cushion as a stopper. Wow, that's a horrendous kick.
Well, that wasn't Ronnie's fault. I mean, I don't know whether he got the potting angle, but whatever. Just look at the way the pace was taken out of the cue ball. Why that happens, I don't know. And he's left a tricky red, but doesn't have to do much to be on the black. If he gets it, he's on it. Oh, he just caught the near jaw. And those mistakes will prove very costly at this level. You cannot afford to miss when you're in like that.
One.
So this is Ronnie's first ball he's potted. As we see that one just caught the near jaw. We have seen one or two drop, but usually when they catch that right-hand jaw as we look, they don't go in. Obviously just got the wrong angle on the black. He's looking at the pink. He's just wondering where the pink's going to go when it's re-spotted. Ronnie just getting out of the way and sitting down, just having a sip of water while he lets our referee, Olivia Martial, position the pink spot. It looks as though it could go on there, but obviously doesn't.
Thank you. 7. Eight. $15. 16.
It's always a joy to watch Ronnie when he gets in and around the black spot area and how he goes about making his breaks. And he's not one of these that goes into the pack straight away and smashes them open, because you are trusting a little bit to luck doing that. And he'd rather leave it to skill.
$24.
If he gets the 72, snookers will be required. Quite a way to go yet, though. Don't know whether he can play for the black now. May have to go up for the blue. Oh no, he was okay.
32.
You'll be thinking about
39.
trying to bring some reds into play very soon.
40.
I don't know if the top red of that little cluster. Only just having a look now whether it's available into the middle. Might be able to get on that, pop that, and bring a few reds into play. And that's what he played for. All depends on the potting angle
47.
here. No, he couldn't
48.
disturb the red, so played that really well.
55.
So I decided to leave it till
56.
last minute. Here he goes, off the black, stunning to the red that's on the left-hand side. Just missed the pink here. Been lucky not to be on one. A little bit surprised he played it like that. I thought it was more of a stun
63.
to run through the red.
Yes, he would dearly have loved to open the reds and push the cue ball through around maybe 10 inches further to the left than where it is now. So he'll be disappointed with that. Still an excellent effort.
63.
Puts him in control of the frame.
Yeah, but he'll be disappointed he didn't win it at that visit. Okay, Sean 63 points behind, but there's a possible 83 remaining.
Sean needs to be very careful here, because if he's playing the red on the left-hand side of the table, he needs to cover the red into the right centre, which won't be easy, despite the baulk colours being there. Not so sure about that.
No. This red is a little bit more difficult than it looks on your screens. A bit more of an acute angle than it appears. But you wouldn't expect Ronnie to miss it. Doesn't have to do much with the cue ball to get position.
One.
And I think, John, to be perfectly fair to Sean, it's almost certain that he got heavy contact on that red, because the cue ball finished 3 feet shorter than his intended position.
Yeah, if he does it again, I'll handle it. Don't worry.
Obviously, this top red of this little cluster goes to the right corner.
3.
And he just needs this red and a colour. And that'll be the frame in the bag.
4.
67 points to lead now. 67 remaining. But this will put Ronnie 72 points in front with 67 remaining. So,
9.
complete turnaround from the first frame.
10.
Ronnie never got much of a chance, and Sean's not had much of a chance in this one. Well, he had one chance when he missed that red along the top cushion. It's a tough school,
17.
though, when you only get one opportunity.
Exactly. And that's what happens at this level.
Well, the red's not gone in,
and the frame.
so it doesn't matter really. Sean obviously concedes, so complete reversal of the first frame. Ronnie takes the second one, and he's now 4 frames ahead again, 7-3.
And Ronnie averaging about 18 seconds a shot there. That's the fastest of anyone in the championship this year. And speaking of speed, we were asking you on social media what you think of the shot clock today. Is it a much-needed addition or an infernal nuisance? Seema, what is the public saying?
Thanks, Hazel. Yes, we have had so much reaction to this question on Twitter. I could be here all night reading the responses, but I'm going to go through some of them. And it's been very, very one-sided indeed. So Esther has tweeted saying, shot clocks are a terrible idea. Long frames are usually caused by scrappy frames, not decision-making. It's all part of the game. Ryan said, I don't think so. In the bigger tournaments, players need thinking time. A game of fractions and inches shouldn't be rushed. Neil's actually offered an idea. He said, shootout style is rushing, but you could take 40 seconds with 3 extensions per frame. It should be more than enough, but Ryan responded straight away to that one. He said, I disagree. 40 seconds is enough time to weigh up all options, get the angles right, and then take the shot. Rob said, keep them for exhibition type events. Dan said, I hate the idea. Kate said, players need the time to work out their best options. And I'm going to end it on this one because Neil sums it up very well in terms of what our fans have been saying, and he just said simply no.
Thanks, Seema. That is officially a big no-no to the shot clock, apart from the shootout, of course, which I know everybody seems to enjoy. But we're very much enjoying the second session here between Ronnie O'Sullivan and Sean Murphy. Sean possibly not enjoying it as much as Ronnie, of course. He's now 4 frames in arrears once again, and Ken and Steve with me here. It's honours even in terms of the frame scores in this session. But both of them in good stroke, it would appear.
They are. The trouble for Sean Murphy is it's tough to beat Ronnie O'Sullivan in a single session. 5-3, I would say, is probably the best you could hope for. Yeah. You very rarely outplay him, so he's got to hope that somehow Ronnie drops his standards.
OK, back now for frame 11.
Better break-off shot, that from Ronnie. And when he plays left-handed, I had a conversation with him about it, and he thinks he can get more side on playing left-handed, but he firmly believes you've got to be a foot this side of the baulk line to get the cue ball where it is now and not leave that long pot on. And he'd be happy with that, even though he's not got the cue ball tight. Just watch where the cue ball lands. Foot this side of the baulk line, and that gives you a nice angle to get the green as the cover.
And I think Mark Selby tries to do a similar thing, so no coincidence there that perhaps 2 of the very best players in the world are trying to do a similar thing off the break-off shot, and it is very difficult because these cushions do slide a lot. And that was an excellent shot from Sean Murphy.
Yeah, not touching, because if they had been, the referee would have called it. Neither player will want to get involved in this type of frame. But sometimes it's the balls that dictate how a frame's going to be played out. Sean, as it turned out, left Ronnie a nice, easy run back to baulk there.
This needs to be very thin, but not that thin.
Foul and a miss. Ronnie O'Sullivan 4. To the left. Ronnie, thank you.
He'll be under pressure if he doesn't hit it this time. No, but he did, and he hit it well. But he couldn't avoid the kiss on the yellow, so he's done a good safety. You'd expect a better one from Ronnie.
Decent sized target to get the cue ball behind the yellow and brown. It'll be interesting to see how Ronnie decides to play this. A lot of players might play this plain ball. Almost certainly Ronnie will be playing this with right hand side. Just a little thick. That's not a bad flick at all. Almost snookering Sean behind the green. Now, I don't know what he's going to do with the cue ball, but Sean's a very aggressive player and you can see him taking this red on. He'll be trusting to luck with the cue ball though.
And I thought for a moment he might have a run of the ball, but that's the problem though. The more pace you put in that shot, the more you've got to hit the centre of the cue ball. You've really got to have good centre ball striking, and that's what caused the miss.
I think there was a lot of pressure on that shot, John, because Sean was not guaranteed to get on a colour. It was a very low percentage pot. He played it full-bloodedly, but to be perfectly honest, he would have had no idea where the cue ball was going there because he was cannoning into balls.
Yeah, and playing at that pace, he was trusting to luck, and he thought if he hits it hard, then there's a chance the cue ball would come back up the table. But you don't really want to be playing those risky shots, as Peter said, unless you're certain of a good reward. Anyway, it's handed a good chance to Ronnie. Obviously the black's tied up, and I don't think the red just to the right of the black is available, so...
He's tapping on the other down. I don't know who it is. It's a bit off-putting. Can you check the clapper? If he does it again, he's out. Okay? Is it the answer? So it was from there.
Yeah, but he's clapping for their shots, I think. So it's a bit sort of weird.
Security will have a look, and if he does it again, he's out.
Oh, I think what Ronnie's saying, that he must be looking at the other table. He's clapping for shots on the other table, not this one. It's just a bit off-putting for Ronnie, but thank goodness he's mature enough now just to have a little walk round the table and concentrate on his own game. And he nearly run out of position there, you know. I think this pink goes to the right corner. obviously it's not straightforward, otherwise he'd have played it by now. You thought the end red would have gone to the left corner, but it mustn't be straightforward, otherwise you won't be taking this long over it. He's played for this red. Well, where does the pink go? Is the pink going to be available?
19.
It is available to the left middle. And when he removes this red, we'll go to the right corner as well.
20.
It's a nice shot. Play for the red to the left and in rolling this in, he'll
26.
just nudge the other three reds and be on the pink to the right corner.
$27.
Did well to hold that. Gets to 70, the snooker's required. Not the easiest of chances, obviously, with the black tied up. And he can't play for the pink off this red, he's going to go back up for the blue. So needs a good angle on the blue.
Thank you.
And at
34.
first look, hasn't got it. No. Need to be a bit further to the right of the blue line. Well, he's tried to force it in. Did well to get the cue ball there.
39.
Well, he's looking at possibility of this plant, but there's quite a distance between the two. It's no gimme, that's for sure. Went in nevertheless.
40.
But still can't get the right side of the blue. Yeah, this was a good one. You can see the distance between the two balls. Had to really hit that first ball correctly, which he did. Now, can he force another angle off this blue? Almost straight blue. He can. And that, of course, is the advantage of these superfine cloths. You can
45.
move the ball almost straight. Now, normal circumstances, you think, well, you could roll this in and maybe nudge the red away from the black. But it's a risk. And that's why he's thinking about it. It's a risk. Can he get on a colour without any risks involved? That's the decision he's got to make here. Thought it was worth the risk, and he got it and played it beautifully.
$53. $54.
Just a red and a
61.
colour needed.
$62.
66 points the lead now. 67 remaining. Pot the black, go 73 points in front. With 67 remaining. In goes the black, no problem. He's taken these well, Peter, hasn't he?
69.
Yes, he really is up for this match, isn't he? I've
70.
not seen him with this level of focus commitment, concentration for quite some time.
75.
Well, he's missed the red, a bit disappointed, but that's enough for Sean. And Ronnie now, it was a 5-frame gap. It's 8-3. Yeah, and as we know with Ronnie, when he gets in amongst the balls, he's very dangerous. So this shot, the shot that Sean took on, Peter, was very risky at the best of times.
For me, it was a very low percentage shot. OK, we all know what a wonderful long potter Sean Murphy is. He's one of the best we've ever seen. But there's extra pressure on this shot because he's not guaranteed to get on a colour. There's no path back to baulk. It's a really low percentage shot, and it's one that you have to get. And unfortunately for him, he didn't get away with it after he missed it.
Yeah, and of course that let Ronnie in. And the balls weren't nicely situated because the black was tied up. And then he got to this situation where he was almost, just a couple of reds. A couple of pots. Referee.
But they will monitor it. And at the next session, they will ask him nicely if he could get somewhere else. Okay?
Well, whatever he said to Ronnie, Ronnie was nodding in agreement, so no problem there. I think it's somebody in the audience that just seems to be clapping for no reason. But getting back to that last frame, when the black was tied up, he then had to make a decision. And he thought, well, I can play for the pink, but I'm not certain to. But he landed perfect on the red and took the chance to kiss the red away from the black. He tried to make it a no-risk break, but in the end decided just to take that slight risk.
Well, it could quite easily have gone wrong, couldn't it?
Yeah. But once it cleared the black, then the frame is inevitably.
One of the things I find interesting, John, as part of his preparation for the World Championship every year, Ronnie always seems to get a very sharp haircut.
Thank you, Sean.
Yeah, well,
Fair 12.
a
Sean
sharp
Murphy
lad.
to break.
I think I might go for that next time.
Every frame now is building up in importance for Sean Murphy. The target for a place in the quarter-final is 13. So Sean has got to start winning frames now.
Can't quite see enough of this long red. He's going to have to play with a trace of right-hand side if he takes it on. Decided to take the red on the opposite side of the table, and that's a mistake.
Yeah, didn't get close to the pot. I think if he had it done, he wouldn't have left this easy one, the red just above the black. But Sean has got to capitalise now on these chances.
And it's only because Ronnie overcut the long red by such a distance that he left an opportunity for Sean Murphy. If he'd got closer to the pot, the cue ball would have stayed a lot closer to the black and not travelled so far back up the table, and this opportunity wouldn't have been on. Slightly under hit that one.
16.
This is a little bit of a tester. You'd still expect him to get it. But these are the sort of shots that you can decelerate on and slightly overcut. He made sure that
17.
he got a very solid strike there. He played it very well.
I think he got a heavy contact there. He's played for the red that's just below the pink to the right middle. I don't think he's on it. He's seeing just a bit of a jump. Can he get to it? No. He doesn't think he can.
When we saw the slow-mo there, John, it almost looked as though the cue ball jumped before it reached the black, which is maybe one of the reasons why he got a kick.
Yeah, that can happen if you don't keep the cue parallel to the table. Then you got this striking down motion and you get the cue ball bouncing. As you're saying, if it's just coming back to the table when it makes contact with the object ball, hence heavy contact.
There you see.
Yep.
Definitely.
So the main reason for that bad contact was poor cueing. He didn't make the most of that golden opportunity. Only be good if he can miss the yellow, and he can't do that. Okay, may not have left a pot on Ronnie, but an easy safety shot for Sean. Well, he did have a look, but didn't look as though there was a plant there, unless Ronnie thought one could go in off the other one, which it nearly did. Main concern was to get the cue ball back to the balk end, which he's done, but he's not found the balk cushion. Thought that was too risky to take on because he'd been running into the reds. But he's not played the best safety shot. Give Ronnie a chance here. And if Ronnie can judge this well enough, he could pot this, cannon the red to the left of it, full in the face, may be able to stay on the black. Depends how he sees it. Well, to get the full ball contact on it, ready to had to stun it, so gave the pot every due consideration, something that Sean didn't do in the last frame.
Yes, well, he certainly gave that every chance of going in at that pace. And perhaps he felt that if he got a slightly thinner cannon, he would be going up and perhaps leaving himself the blue into the left centre. Where the cue ball's finished, he'll almost certainly be taking the long blue into the yellow pocket. And because Ronnie tends to play these with a touch of left-hand side, he'll need to get through this smoothly. A bit of disturbance in the crowd, which won't help his concentration.
Yeah, I think what's happened, they're in between frames on the other table, and there's just people moving. So Ronnie decided, let them settle down, and just ask the referee to clean the cue ball so he can not be put off. And this is all the maturity that he's been showing the last couple of seasons.
Can you make sure you stay still and sit still, please?
The only thing that I would say about having the cue ball cleaned on this shot, John, is that the left-hand side that Ronnie will almost certainly be imparting on the cue ball now will actually throw more. So he needs to hit this really smooth, otherwise this blue will be thick. He's played it really well.
6.
Got a heavy contact there. On both of those last two shots, Ronnie would have been playing with left-hand side, as John mentioned earlier in commentary, helping side, just to help the pot, but on these cloths it can make things very difficult sometimes. Even on a shot like this, if you're playing drag with left-hand side, you can hit the red thick. And he played that beautifully.
13.
Well, it's the same with every shot, and particularly if you're putting a tracer side on, it depends how you strike the ball. If you hit it too hard, you can push it in. If you hit it too soft, it drifts away. But Ronnie's timing throughout this match, invariably, has been absolutely superb. He was given a scare in the first round by Gary Wilson, and it was his reaction after that
21.
match when he punched the air. I've never seen him do that having won a first round match, you know, but he was delighted, and it just showed you how much it meant to him. And as Steve Davis has mentioned a few times, I think he's come here and he's on a mission.
Yes, he's certainly playing
20th.
with an intention that I've not seen for a very long time. He's very focused, he's very disciplined, he's using his experience, playing
29.
very fluently under pressure, as he always likes to. But there is a real determination and real steeliness about his whole demeanour this year.
He just can't get that cue ball, though, exactly where he wants it.
36.
He wasn't good on the black, and he's not great on this red. No, and eventually
Ronnie
he
O'Sullivan,
caught up on him.
36.
Never really got that cue ball under tight control there for some reason.
Well, again, I think that was a heavy contact. There was a definite sigh when he missed that, and I don't think it was just because he missed the pot. Normally if you get a kick they go thick, but that was one of the rare occasions where you pull the ball thin, getting the kick. Meanwhile, that is an excellent shot from Sean Murphy. This is a frame that he desperately needs to win.
8.
Yeah, and it's a big frame because I'm sure he was sat down in his seat a few moments ago thinking that the frame had gone with Ronnie and the balls. Just having a glance at the scoreboard. He's 4 points behind. Trying to think if there's any way he can win the frame without one of the awkward reds near the cushion. So he's tried to bring the red into play off a red.
9.
Easy on the black. It's a thin one. They don't recommend you do that, but he took the chance. It's a tricky black, this. It looks easier than it is. No, but right in the heart of the pocket.
Sean Murphy got up off that black. There was another noise in the audience. Somebody in the crowd
17.
is making some quite strange noises. If they continue to do that, they'll be ejected without any shadow of a doubt. So he just got up off the shot just to regain his composure.
Well, he's on this red. He shouldn't have any problem just potting it and getting on the blue. Well, Sean,
Murphy,
you
20.
cannot afford to be missing those. and he can't believe it. In all honesty, neither can I. He had nothing to do with the cue ball, just pot the red, bound to be on the blue. Bad mistake. But the problem that I was going to say that Sean would have had is these two reds either side of near the cushion. It's now Ronnie's problem, but Ronnie will be happy to have the problem.
6.
Two points in it. Ronnie 2 points behind. It's all about the cue ball now. He's got a nice angle on the blue, but this red along the top cushion behind the black will not be easy. And definitely not from there.
12.
Not from there. Now will he just try and knock it in and play a snooker?
Certainly very difficult to play at pace.
13.
Well, he's giving himself a chance of a pot on the black. Oh, right in the heart of the pocket. If he misses a kiss on the yellow, this is perfect. Have a look at this. Needs a bounce.
20.
Superb. Just wanted it to bounce another fraction.
Ronnie O'Sullivan,
Well, I
20.
said it was just going into a slightly blind pocket, but he played it in such a way that he thought, well, if it doesn't go in, I'll get the cover with the pink.
Do you know the strange thing about that shot, John, is that if the pink hadn't been there, I don't think he would have missed the red.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. He probably played it a little bit slower than he would normally, trying to cover it if it didn't go in. Just that negative thought. Of course, the thing is, with it being so close to the pocket, there is a chance that Sean could hit the red and knock it in. Needs something good to happen, otherwise he'll lose the frame. Wasn't right over the pocket. Ronnie comes back to the table with a 12-point lead. But whoever pots this red, you feel, will win the frame.
This is a really tough pot. Could play it with an element of safety. And because of the difficulty, decided against it. It's not bad, but it's not as good as he would have liked. The difficulty here for Sean is that he doesn't really have the angle to swing the white around 3 or 4 cushions behind the yellow and brown, because there would be a really good chance of sticking the red over the middle if he did that. That was quite an interesting choice of shot.
I don't know if it was the best choice, but certainly feel at the moment that Ronnie's got control now of this situation. It's important tactical exchange. Could have played that better.
Again, that sounded a little bit heavy to me, John. I think the white stopped very quickly there. Now, are we going to see a Sean Murphy special? If he takes this on, this is really tough. Not the easiest safety shot in the world, because he would have to avoid double kisses. tried to play the snooker behind the pink, and he's played that really well. That's an excellent shot.
Looks easy enough to hit, but you've got to get the red safe. That's the important thing. Well, I think he'll settle for this. He may have got a snooker back. I think he has. Full ball snooker. Sean's looking to come off the cushion. There you go. No edge of that red sticking out.
Well, there is a possibility here of Sean coming off 2 cushions, hitting the red, cue ball hitting the yellow and snookering in behind the brown. And he was close to that.
Yeah, he was. He'd have liked that red to have run on another inch or two, because this is a frame-winning opportunity now for Ronnie. Pots this red, gets on a colour. Well, the kiss on the blue is not a bad one, particularly when you're as good playing left-handed. Anxious look at the scoreboard. This blue will put him 18 points in front. So now, just looking for yellow and green to get to the snooker's required stage. Yellow and green will put him 23 points in front with just 22 remaining. Another frame slipping away from Sean Murphy, you feel.
Eight.
Just about got past the baulk line to make this green easy enough to pot.
$11.
We're still not sure. Snooker's needed. And now no way back to the table
15.
for Sean Murphy. Mid-session interval coming up. He's got nothing to show really for his efforts in the first 4 frames. OK, he's won one of them, but that
20.
wasn't what he was looking for.
$26.
In goes the black. Ronnie O'Sullivan started with a 4-frame advantage. He's now got a 6-frame advantage. He leads Sean Murphy 9 frames to 3.
And for all the world, it looked like Murphy was going to take that one to prevent the possibility of a win for O'Sullivan with a session to spare. But there is still mathematically a chance that were O'Sullivan to win the next 4, he could be into the quarter-finals. And just assess the way this is now going for Sean.
Well, apart from the fact that he got off to a good start, he couldn't have asked for anything better. I think he's been outplayed. Yeah, and there's no disgrace in that, because Ronnie O'Sullivan is one of the greats. And from Sean's perspective, I don't know, how do you play better? You know, how do you make sure you play better at the championship? You come here with all the hope, everything, all the optimism, you do all your practice and hard work, you know you're a great player, you've won the World Championship before, and then somebody outplays you and you've got to suffer it.
There isn't the intensity, the crackling intensity in this session that we witnessed last night.
Yeah.
Clearly because of the imbalance in the scoreline.
Yeah, exactly. He's got his chances, Sean Murphy. He just hasn't taken them. He's not being as clinical. We spoke about that last night. Wasn't clinical in the first session, and he's not as clinical as he would normally be, as you'd expect him to be. I don't expect this match to finish, but as the gap widens, it's very, very hard to get yourself up, isn't it, as well, as a player? You feel the match has gone from you, and it's very hard to keep your concentration, and that's exactly what's going to happen.
Yeah, and funnily enough, for a game where there's no physical contact between each other, and you don't actually even have a style, because you come to the table, and the balls are static. It's amazing how the guy you're playing against can put you out your stride. He has nothing to do with it. The balls you come to the table, they're still. But, of course, you put your own pressure on by thinking, I've got to play well because he's playing well. Things like that.
Do you sense that Sean Murphy still believes that he can turn this around?
Nah, I think he's given
up.
Not now. Not exactly.
No, I don't think he's completely given up, but maybe he'll sort of see it's inevitable now because of the gap, and he hasn't made the most of those chances. And to claw back now from 6 frames, it'd be very difficult. It has happened in the past.
Yeah,
though.
and he's done
you
it,
can get a bit
actually.
of a run, yeah. So it's not beyond the realms of possibility.
Not given up, but look, he's sort of preparing for the worst.
Deflated.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Well, how to take your mind off things? Just go for a little drive with Steve Davis, but always keep your eyes on the road.
Anyone order a taxi?
Tell my wife and baby I love them very much.
Yeah, so where do we go? Where do you want to go? Where would you go now? Let's say you've played in the first round and you've just got beat.
Yeah.
Right? And you want to run a million miles away.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose the answer is home to my wife and little baby. That's the answer, isn't it? But really, the answer's to a golf course somewhere, isn't it? Get myself away from it.
What's your handicap at the moment?
Yeah, I'm, scratch.
What?
That's not a normal reaction. That's not an ordinary reaction.
Scratch.
Scratch. Problem is, you've picked golf up and put it down more times than I've had hot dinners, Steve. Do you know what I mean? You've had more love affairs with golf.
No, I've had a few.
You know, you've tried your hand. Then you keep putting it down and going off playing your records and your new DJing live.
Yeah. Okay. Well, you're a bit musical, don't you? I mean, how's piano playing? What level of piano are you if you're scratch at golf? What's your handicap at piano?
My handicap at piano would be, you know, a decent 12. 12 or 14.
It's not bad. I've just gone for a red then.
You got to stop at those red lights.
Yeah, I'm totally lost. I'm so lost.
I find
Is
if
it
you
down?
I think it's down and left.
Yeah, I think it is.
All these years you've been coming to Sheffield.
I've never been in this bit before.
Unbelievable.
I turned right when I should have just turned round. You like a nice car?
Yeah, I've had a few nice cars in the past. Yeah, I think it's one of the, you know, when you're a young man and you've no commitments and you've no kids and you're not married and all the rest of it.
But a baby seat doesn't look good in the sports car, does it?
Baby seat wouldn't have gone in the Aston.
Nah.
So the Aston had to go.
I think I'm going to go that way and take a chance.
Are we still in Sheffield?
Hey? No, this is Derbyshire now.
Steel City.
Derbyshire's
Are we in Bakewell?
Sorry? I do apologise for this. I've turned the clock off, so so I won't be charging you extra, and I'm now totally the wrong side of town.
You're completely the wrong side of this one-way system.
I'm stuck in the one-way system. You see, the trouble is, when I first came here, you could go in the car, you could drive anywhere because it was the one-way system there.
Wasn't it? It was horse and cart when you first came here, though, wasn't it?
That's a bit cruel. Yeah, I think it was. Down here.
You'll be all right. We'll be okay.
We need to get down to a big round.
We'll be all right.
I've been running
How
out.
much petrol have we got?
I've got a full tank.
Full tank.
BBC full
Grief,
tank.
let's
Don't mess
go.
around. This is on X's. This is all routes. All routes going completely the wrong way.
Let's go to all routes.
So what's on the agenda? Like as an adrenaline junkie, as we all are. Is this right?
Yeah. You can
What's
go
on the
down
agenda? All routes. All routes.
here. All routes, right?
Yeah. Okay. What's on the agenda? What would you like to do you haven't done?
By the way, ladies and gentlemen, he just put the indicator on, but the wipers came on.
Yeah, this is not my car.
Didn't want to say that. The one I'd definitely do and would be keen to do would be Strictly Come Dancing.
Oh, really?
I'd love to do Strictly, and you know, I used to go dancing a little bit in my younger days.
Did you now?
Yeah, when I was young and single.
What, foxtrot?
And
Or
no, I used to.
solo
It was
dancing?
called Ciroc, and it was French
okay.
jive and rock and roll.
Yeah.
And I used to go with some of my mates, you know, they said, oh yeah, it's a great place to meet girls and all this. So
Right, yeah.
that was enough. And loved it, like, you know, really, really enjoyed it. And then there was the sparkly Swarovski crystal suit that I had made for the World Championships a few years ago. That was made by the head tailor for Strictly Come Dancing.
All right.
And he made it, but it was a bit billowy. The trousers were a bit baggy at the bottoms because I think he thought I was going to do some spins while I was out there. And I walked out, you won't remember this, but you were the first person to see me in it.
No, I saw it.
I came out of my dressing room and you said, wow, you better play well with that on.
Yeah, I know.
That was the only time I wore it. Can you do TripAdvisor for taxi drivers?
Not sure.
No.
Because I'm not registered.
Well,
Apart from going through the red lights. I mean,
Steve, aside from your gear change in lane discipline and general road knowledge of Sheffield, it's been great.
Listen,
Here we are. We're up this road. I remember running up this road after you for an autograph as a 9-year-old boy.
No, don't. That'll be £355, please.
Grief.
I'm sorry for the journey.
Have you got any receipts?
Oh, that's Steve Davis. He's got the knowledge, but he's not done the knowledge. I'm going to have to buy you the A to Z of Sheffield at some point, Stevie, I think.
Yes, it's difficult. You know, there's all these one-way systems. They keep on changing all the time.
Well, hopefully you get it right for Neil Robertson. That's all I'm saying. OK, we're going to have a new champion here in Sheffield, but perhaps not in the main event, certainly in our pot quiz competition, because yesterday the defending champion Mark Allen's time was beaten by Marco Fu. So roll up, roll up. Who's next? It's only the Wizard of Wishaw, John Higgins.
And welcome to today's edition of Pot Quiz, and we've dragged in none other than the 4-time champion of the world. Round of applause, please, Mr. John Higgins. Thank you. So I think I'm right in saying you had a go at this last year. You know what happens?
I've not had a go, John.
You
No, I've seen it, but...
Oh, you've seen it, right. Well, we ask you 5 questions.
Right.
Every one you get right, you can remove a red from the table. And then when you strike the cue ball the first time, the clock starts. Obviously, all the reds to go, then the black to finish. All right, you ready?
Yeah,
Your
yeah.
questions will start now. Which 5 players did you beat to win your first world title in 1998?
Is this for the five reds?
No, this is just
Right.
you.
What 5 players?
Which 5 players did you beat to win your first world title in 1998?
I've got to get the 5 of them right.
You've got to get the 5 of them.
Dave Harold.
No.
Ken Doherty.
Is 1.
Ronnie O'Sullivan.
2.
Anthony Hamilton.
3.
Graham Dott.
Wrong. I'm sorry, you've got to give it. You beat Jason Ferguson, Anthony Hamilton, John Parrott.
Oh, sure I did. No.
Ronnie O'Sullivan and Ken Doherty, so you don't get one there. Who refereed that final?
Laurie Annandale.
Is correct. Well done. Round of applause. Question 3. Which player have you played the most times at the Crucible?
Ronnie O'Sullivan.
Correct. Well, brilliant answer. What is your highest ever Crucible century break? Question 4. What's your highest ever Crucible century break?
145.
No, it's 143 in 1998, and it was against me. Thank you very much. So you've still got the 2, right? Question number 5. What was the #1 record the day you were born on the 18th of May, 1975? Now, it's a multiple choice. Was it A, Sugar Baby Love by the Rubettes, B, Stand By Your Man, Tammy Wynette, or C, Bye Bye Baby by the Bay City Rollers? Which one was it?
Bye Bye Baby with the Bay City Rollers.
No, it was Stand By Your Man. Unlucky. Right, John, you got 2 questions right, so you can remove 2 reds.
Right. 2 reds.
And your time to beat is 1 minute 27. That was set by Marco Fu. Good luck. Off you go. There's a couple of runs away.
Right, John.
OK, and when we get near the end, everyone give him a nice woo as he gets near the black. We'll see what's done. Put him under a bit of pressure. Right. Off you go, starting now. Fluent, 2 down already. This is good. Nice touch. You could play this quick. What's been happening? Yeah. Oh. Nice cue action. Lovely, lovely series of stuns. Economy with the cue ball here from John Higgins. Not moving very far. This is excellent. Hasn't looked like, hasn't it, a jaw yet. Beautiful. We're just coming up to 40 seconds now, John, so you're doing very well ahead of schedule. Oh. Excellent. Oh, maybe the first positional mistake there. Oh, we don't know about that. The crowd are roaring there. Pretty good. Oh, that cue ball, where's it going? Stop, 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 stop. Oh, he's got himself in a bit of trouble. Just up to 1 minute. What a beautiful shot. Fantastic. Oh, no, he needs the spider. OK, 1 minute. It's gone past. There we go. Time now, John, is 1:15. So you're doing OK. Oh, quickly, got to get this one down in the black. Hurry up. Quick. Got a chance. Got it. Come on, here we go. Oh, come on, Johnny. It's there. It's good, but we don't know how good. I'm waiting. It's 1 minute 28. Unlucky. You've lost by 0.1 of a second to Marco Fu.
You want a recount?
You want a recount?
Recount.
I'm sorry, you failed. 1 minute 28.
I'm not so sure he doesn't deserve a recount after that one. I might have a look into that. Anyway, will he take his pop quiz form to the match table? Let's see. This is John's 23rd go at the Crucible since he first appeared here in 1995. Won the title on his 4th attempt in 98, beating Ken Doherty and John Parrott along the way. Runner-up to Ronnie in 01, and then 3 more wins in 07, 09, most recently a 4th crown against Judd Trump in 2011. And since then, his best run has been to the quarters last year when he lost to Alan McManus in 2016. But with 3 tournament wins this season already, Higgins is in the form and the mood, you feel, for title number 5. Now, he's got to get past Mark Allen first in this second round, who's actually beaten Higgins more times than he's lost, but not here in Sheffield. In fact, it was in 2009, a couple of years after he made his debut, that Mark lost to John in the semi-finals. And that remains his best progress to date. He's never been past the second round stage since then. So, let's start at the very beginning in this match. A very good place to start. And we'll do so in the company of John Parrott and Dennis Taylor for frame 1.
As you see, the curtain come down in the middle of the Crucible Theatre. It's the 4 times champion John Higgins who gets this opening frame underway. This could be a cracker, John.
Yes, Dennis, it's often said, you know, these rounds could be finals. This one definitely could be. John Higgins, of course, 4 times a champion of the world already, and Mark Allen certainly got the capabilities of being a world champion. So this is a very tough matchup in the last 16.
That's not a bad way to start. What? Your opening frame with a cracking pot like that. Yeah, it's worth another look at that one. The kiss on the blue could have been better. And this is quite an attacking shot here if he's taking this on, surely. Wow. As he dropped on the red, I mean, that's a super shot. He's on the red next to the black. He's got the one to the middle, but what a very confident pot that was, John.
Well, there's his intentions right from the off.
Turn that off, please.
That was a superb pot round the angles with the rest. As you said, very attacking. Don't know whether he's come on the right angle for the red just above the black. He's got one in the middle. He wants it, so is a choice, but, well, he had a look at this before. I think he's got to play a little cannon. Yeah, well judged.
6.
Very positive. Good shot, that. Plenty of power. Just wondering whether he's dropped on that. See the screw back through the pack. 2 reds that have just sort of stuck together. If he's on that bottom one, it's perfect. Yeah, and the way Mark's getting the spider out there, or the swan neck, I should say, it looks like it does go. Got to be a little careful here, bridging over. Very good.
14.
And the word on the street, so to speak, before we got to the Crucible here was that Mark Allen was playing absolutely incredible stuff in practice. And if he can take that sort of form here to the Crucible. He's going to give John Higgins a very tough time here. He's beaten John on, well, 8 occasions. 3 times he's beaten John in the Masters.
He has, Dennis, but the interesting stat for me was whenever they've played in the longer
22.
formats, in those matches, John Higgins has won all 3, including a semi-final here at the World Championship. So maybe it suits John a little bit more over a distance of ground. But you mentioned how well Mark was playing. He had 4 centuries and a maximum break in 5 frames against Sean Murphy. Went to Sean's house, and not a very nice house guest.
Yeah. He won't be going back there to Sean's house, I bet.
I can already sense, even in this opening frame, that there's far more focus in Mark Allen. He played okay against Jimmy Robertson the other day, and Jimmy did well as well. He's much improved, but Mark really, his concentration at the end was very good, but in parts of that he was a little bit sloppy. But he knows he won't be able to be like that today.
33.
Mark's one of these players, he's a left-hander, but when he uses the rest, he uses his right hand. Amazing the number of left-handers that do that.
Yeah, how does that work, Dennis? Because I still don't know why that's
34.
the case. I mean, nearly everyone you can think. I mean, Tony Mayo, Dean Reynolds, Mark Allen. I mean, I don't know how that's a very strange anomaly.
Judd Trump, another one, yeah. Barry Hawkins, another one I can think of. So.
Yeah, I think he got a poor contact there, just slightly
41.
dead. Cue ball wanted to go a little bit further. I think Mark was playing for the loose red at the top through the gap. Yeah, just no reaction on it.
He's trying to pick a spot on the cushion where he would knock the first red to make the angle to knock the plant in, but there's quite a bit of distance there between the 2 reds. And he's thought better of it, just a safety shot. Or is he going for the middle? Maybe he's going for the middle here. And that's a terrific pot.
32.
And I tell you what, the next shot, if it works out correctly, John, he gets the cannon, he could go on and take the frame with this visit.
Yeah, that was a wonderful shot, wasn't it? Well controlled. Not only got to get the pot, but just to keep the cue ball for the black. And as you say, little cannon here. Don't need to hit this hard. And this is an excellent contribution. What a way to start the match.
49.
Very impressive.
$55.
Played that particular screw shot in a way that he had a choice of 2 reds. One closest to the black, or the bottom one of these 2 reds on the right. Little cannon off this.
56.
Well, he's showing us here why he's made 32 centuries this season. He made 36 centuries last season and 313 in his career. So he is one of the great break builders of our game. He's won the World Open Championship on 2 occasions. That was in China. frame safe so he can concentrate on trying
71.
to clear them up here.
Yeah, I think that's not a bad idea either.
Well, what a shame. But
Allen,
John will
71.
probably come back to the table, but barring the snooker, Mark Allen has taken the opening frame.
And that's an emphatic start from Mark Allen, who leads their head-to-head series, incidentally, against John Higgins, 8 wins to 7. And that match continues online. And we'll reflect more of it after the conclusion of this Murphy-O'Sullivan session, possibly even the conclusion of their match. But for now, another 4 frames to play this afternoon. And O'Sullivan, of course, 4 frames away from a 19th quarter-final appearance at the Crucible in 25 goes at this. Back we go to Peter and John.
Yes, thank you, Hazel. And I'm sure Ronnie wouldn't mind if he could seal this match, as we're not even at the 3-hour stage match time. But yes, he could certainly win the match if he can win the next 4 frames. Be all over, 13-3. With a session to spare and a bit more time on the practice table.
That needed to be very thin from Sean Murphy. Slightly too thin. Giving the initiative to Ronnie O'Sullivan to play a better safety shot. Playing this with lots of left-hand side.
That's careless.
But he's been fortunate, John.
Well, Sean just sort of stopped in his tracks there, but there is a chance of potting this red. Well, he's looking at an alternative, but it looks as though this red is pottable off the side cushion. Well, what's he got in mind here? Well, it was a good effort trying to move the red from the corner. And in a way, he's unlucky it double kiss and stayed there. He'd be thinking not much is going his way. That was a good attempt, that.
Ronnie may well elect to play cushion first here.
One.
Yeah, easy enough pot, but controlling the pace of the cue ball was always going to be difficult. He's on the pink, but the potting angle is taking him away from the reds.
That's why I suggested he may well have been better off playing cushion first, because that would have taken the pace out of the cue ball. And he couldn't have missed the red, and almost certainly would have been on the black.
Foul.
Where's the cue ball gone?
Ronnie O'Sullivan 1. Sean Murphy 6.
Well, that was a unexpected error from Ronnie. The pockets are always in the same place. Looking at a pot here, is he? I don't know, just the safety, but there was always a chance he could knock one over the left corner, but caught the red just right, ran it into the other one. This looks good. That looks very good. mind leaving this red along the top cushion. Thought if I leave it straight, there's no way Ronnie will be tempted to play the pot. The only thing that Sean has got to be a little bit wary of here, he's going to play safe down the left-hand side of the table as we look. Got to avoid the kiss on that red that's tight to the top cushion. Well, he's decided to play safe off this one. Got to be careful with these. Well, he's got a good line. He's got an excellent line. That's a bonus. Exactly the 3-hour mark now in this match.
Foul.
Oh, hell.
And a miss. One left for 6.
Yeah, Sean, no reason not to have it replaced. Couldn't have been closer to hitting the red. Got to be a little bit careful here, Ronnie. The side he's decided to come down. If he just slides past her, or even it's the red thin, he could possibly leave something. It's like two people sat there waiting for the referee to do his job.
Okay, Sean, thank you.
So the same shot, just a minor adjustment needed, but got to be precise. Okay, safe enough.
Ronnie coming down to look at the reds to see if he could possibly play a shot to nothing. Digging down on the cue ball slightly. Let's call that a bit thin. The blue come to his rescue. Well, there is a pot here for Sean Murphy, but he'll be cannoning into the two reds above the pink. Needs to avoid the screw off in the middle pocket. Played it really well.
Yes, good solid pot. He's got to take these chances now. He's running out of time. Played that nicely. And I think the pink will go to the right corner. He'd like the pink on its spot. He's just looking to see if there's a way he could get on the black once he's potted the pink and the next red. Must be tight. He can always play for the pink, of course, but he feels if he can get on the black nicely, he may be able to nudge one of those reds away that's just above the black and clear the black for both corners. And then he would think about winning the frame in one visit. Well, in the end, he played the run through. Now, what sort of an angle has he got on this red? Doesn't want to be too straight on it. Just enough angle.
20.
Now, just a soft screw here, pot the black, cannon the pink, full in the face. Well, he missed the cannon on the pink, but he's still okay.
27. Thank you. 28.
Needs to get to 72 points, so another 25 points required. It looks a
36.
task well within his reach here. And of course, if he wins this frame, it will go into the third session no matter what.
$42. 43.
$61 ahead, 83 remaining.
50.
So he's looking for red, colour red here. Not only is he not playing the easy red, it's just a little bit straight.
$51.
Nicely played. Now just the red needed to go 69 in front with only 67
57.
remaining.
58.
Well, he's taken these well, Peter, and He looks determined. He's not throwing the towel in by any
64.
means.
No, this has been an excellent contribution from Sean Murphy here. Timed the ball particularly sweetly during this break.
Thank you. 65.
His highest break so far in this match has been 84. He'd love to make a century.
71.
Just lost the cue ball a bit there.
72. $77.
Yeah, good solid pot.
78. $84.
2 reds, 2 blacks would take him to the century. Oh, but just not to be. But he's got the frame on the board, and this match will go to the 3rd session. No matter what, he's still 5 frames behind, but that was a competent break he made there. 9-4, Ronnie O'Sullivan. Well, very impressive CV there. Sean Murphy, and of course, champion in 2005.
Thank you. Quietly, please. Frame 14, Sean Murphy to break.
Three more frames to be played in this session. Can he make any inroads into that deficit? Not the best from Ronnie. That red's gone over the far left corner. It's unlike Ronnie to make a careless shot. He did one in the last one. He potted the pink and went in off. He'll be very good at his knowledge of where the cue ball and the object ball is going to finish. Missed just that one. So first chance for Sean.
One.
Not got the pace into that. Unless the red just below the pink goes to the left corner, which he obviously doesn't. I know he's very good with the rest, but I don't think this was the red he was looking to be on. 92% success rate with the rest. Slightly better than Ronnie. Yeah, good shot.
Thank you.
I see those miss quite a few times when people just don't get through the white, but as he did in the last frame, Peter, maybe a little bit of pressure's gone off him now, and he, you know, because he's so far behind, and he's just starting to free up his cue arm.
Yes, and I wonder if perhaps Ronnie's taken his foot off the gas a little bit, thinking that he's done the damage. Still a long way to go. Doesn't
13.
seem to have quite the intensity that he had earlier on. But at this level you can't afford any lapses in concentration.
$20. $21.
Purposely left himself an angle on this red
28.
to disturb some more reds. He's a little bit straighter than he would have liked. So from a positional point of view, this can go wrong.
Yeah, if he doesn't want to risk playing the run through, he could screw back and play for the pink in the middle. But he's playing the run through.
29.
At first glance, he doesn't look to be perfect on the black. Hence, he's playing the pink. Now, where does the pink go? Pink spot not available. Goes as close as it can. Look at the sidebar there. Needs another 33 points to get to the snooker's required stage.
35. Thank you. 36.
And now it's all down to this break now, because he's going to pot the black and try and bring enough reds into play so he can win the frame at this visit. It's gone wrong. We saw Ronnie play a similar shot in another frame.
43.
Yes, didn't get enough action on the cue ball there.
Yeah.
And it's the type of shot that Shaun Murphy normally plays really well and screws right through the reds.
Yeah, and get the arc on the cue ball. He said he played the stun. Now this red he's closest to, he's wondering about the possibility of potting it to the far corner. Doesn't feel he'd be leaving much if he should miss it. But he's not going to miss it. Great shot. Lost the cue ball slightly though. This black is tricky. Excellent pots, and I wouldn't say he was fortunate, but he just had the perfect angle where he could run round the back of that red, because where he was, as you saw, so close to the cushion, not a lot he could do. Just pot the black and let the cue ball go its natural angle, and he's finished on this red nicely. coming in out of balk here, so just got to be a little careful. Don't want to kiss the green. Just trickle past it. And that's good.
57. 58.
This black. One more red in the colour required. You see it, 65 ahead, 75 remaining. When he pots this red, there'll only be 67 remaining.
65.
Put him 66 points in front, so he needs a colour off it.
$66.
That should be it. There'll be no return to the table now for Ronnie. Loose
73.
safety shot from Ronnie and early on in the frame, and he's been sat down ever since. And this was the one containing safety. Hit the red wrong and left it on, and that's the only mistake he's had to make. Okay, that red's not in, but I don't think Ronnie will bother coming back to the table. He may do. 73 behind, 67 remaining, 2 snookers needed. He needs a big bounce off this top cushion, and I don't think he's going to get one.
1.
If he doesn't pot the black, he'll concede. Oh, terrific shot. Okay, the brown, the kiss on the brown has stopped his
8.
position.
Ronnie O'Sullivan, 8.
It's my imagination, Peter. It seems like the table's playing a little bit heavy. There's a couple of safety shots Ronnie's playing and only just got past the ball line. It's unlike him.
This is a great test of Sean's cueing. Sounded a bit heavy. Definitely jumped, and that was partly because Ronnie was digging down into the cue ball. The cue ball left the bed of the table on the way to making contact with the red, and that should be the end of the frame. He's done well here, Sean Murphy.
Yes, he basically, although he missed the red that encouraged Ronnie to carry on, he did do it in one visit, and that's what we've been saying all along through this match, that that's what he has to do.
6. 7.
2 more frames to play after this one, and if he was to win them both, he's definitely match on. Doesn't matter about the black.
7.
Ronnie will concede.
And the frame.
Which he does, so that poor safety shot from Ronnie at the start of the frame. Let's Sean in, but every credit to Sean. He took his chance, and is the comeback going to get stronger. He still trails by 4.
And that puts a rather different complexion on things. It's the first time in the match that Sean strung 2 wins together, back-to-back frames. And I was asking you during that, guys, at what point in a best of 25 frames can you start to relax? I mean, clearly, this situation now is not half as relaxing as it was a couple of frames ago for Ronnie.
No, I think the second session, at the end of it, 11-5 is happy. 10-6, you still know you've got to kill the guy off. But I'd just like to apologise for saying that Sean Murphy had given up. I didn't mean that given up, even though I said he'd given up. You know, what I meant was he was looking like it was...
Body language was deflated. I think that's
different
that's
now,
fair.
though. Different now.
Yeah, exactly. Suddenly there is a proper spring in his step.
I mean, if you can, you know, get another couple, only 9-7, wow, that would be fantastic. But, you know, it's still... I think it's important for Ronnie, from Ronnie's point of view, to stop the rot now, you know, to get the next frame on the board and put a bit more distance between them. But fair play to Sean, you know, it was always, you know, being a past champion here, he has that quality, he has the pedigree. He just had to be, you know, get a little bit of momentum going, and he has done that.
Well, we talked last night, actually, about the thumping that he received here from Ronnie 3-4 years ago when he was beaten in the quarter-final 13 frames to 3. Now, that is a real scalping, that one. It's a horrible memory, I'm sure, but he's well past that now, and he's starting to make inroads into the match. At what point, you know, as a player, do you feel momentum start to turn your way?
I think you play it frame by frame, and you're a happy bunny when you've won a frame. It does give you a little bit of a boost. And trying to get a roll on, getting frame after frame is a lot harder. And as we sit in this match, they started the session off 6-2, Ronnie O'Sullivan, 9-5. He's still got that 4-frame advantage. So he hasn't actually turned the session around. To win the last 2 frames, as you say, that is what he's hoped for at the start, to at least win the session 5-3. But you always feel with Ronnie O'Sullivan that he doesn't crumble from in front. He's a great front runner, and whatever's thrown at him, he usually copes with it.
Yeah, he does. And interestingly, the bigger breaks this afternoon have been made by Sean. He's made a 70 and an 84. As for Ronnie, well, it's not been huge bursts of big scoring from Ronnie this afternoon, but it's been effective. Of course, he still has this 4-frame cushion as we go into the penultimate one of this session, frame 15.
Yeah, and a very interesting 2 frames these could turn out to be. Can get through to this red, and the black's available. Well, he decided to play the run through and go up the table. I thought he'd have committed a bit more to that. He thought it was in. That's the look of a player who thought that was in.
He certainly couldn't have got any closer, John.
Struggled it in. Wanted to avoid the kiss on the yellow, but it's a decision time. He's just going to trickle up to the brown. Don't blame him.
Ronnie O'Sullivan 1.
There's a couple of loose reds on either side of the cluster, so it's not a guarantee to get this safe.
Certainly Sean Murphy needs to be very careful here. As you quite rightly pointed out, John.
Foul and a miss. Ronnie O'Sullivan 4.
Shouldn't be too much of a problem here for Sean. He should be able to readjust.
Yeah, the only problem I can see here with this red being tight, if he just hits a little bit too hard, he could possibly leave this red on.
Yeah, Ronnie. Thank you.
He used to hit it dead weight. And nearly did leave it on.
came down to check to see if there was a plant to the right hand black pocket. Caught that too thick.
I think he was checking to see whether there was a red going to go towards the pocket. Well, he checked. One did. That wasn't good. As the guys in the studio were saying, well, you'll be thinking he's got to stop the rot. When you say the rot, the fact that Sean's won 2 frames in succession, and if he was to win the next 2, Ronnie wouldn't be pleased with that outcome.
Sean's left one. No, it's camera. It's just moving. There. Yeah, the attention up there. Yeah, on this one. Stand still.
Something catching Ronnie in his eye line, just asking the referee. Because Ronnie knows that this is a big frame now. Oh, well, he thought of everything, but he was thinking, where was the cue ball going to go? And the cardinal error of missing the pot. And an easy one it was. Well, what a let-off for Sean, and what an opportunity he's got now.
One.
Bit of adrenaline there, John.
Yeah, his cue ball control throughout this match has not been up to its usual high standards. Seems to be over or under hitting quite a few shots. I mean, okay, you can nestle up behind the blue, but a chance like that to only get 1, disappointing.
Sean Murphy, 1.
Okay, he's obviously thinking that red over the corner pocket, I'll get another chance. The problem is for Ronnie, if he tries to come off the baulk cushion, which he's looking at now, using the spider, boy, this is tough. That's the line he's looking at, but as I say, it's just awkward to get any sort of pace in the cue ball, striking down like this.
Yes, he's really hampered by the blue here. That's wide.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So Sean gets another bite at the cherry.
Thank you.
It's funny, you look at the body language of players, and Sean's body language seems to be changing now, and he's got that look of determination where it didn't seem that long ago he had a look of resignation.
I think that's absolutely true, John. I also noticed last couple of frames that Ronnie was starting to look a little bit tired sitting in his chair. I was watching him very closely as Sean Murphy was at the table over the last 2 frames, and he was definitely showing signs of tiredness. Maybe he just went out to put some water on his face at the end of the last frame.
8.
Sean playing a delicate cannon here. Played that really well.
Thank you. 9.
Glorious opportunity this now, the black available into both corners.
$16. 17.
Lots of noise from the other side of the wall, but you've got to concentrate and focus on what you're doing here. Because these players are very experienced.
24.
Another 41 points required. And the way they're spread around, nothing's a formality, but you'd fancy him to do it.
$25. $30. 31. $36.
Probably play down for the black here, you would have thought, but just got to get the pace right.
37.
He looks as though he's just got enough angle. Doesn't really want to be playing for the red along the top cushion if he can avoid it. And could not have hit that positional shot any better.
44.
Certainly not straightforward for Sean here, the way the reds are situated. And he's going to need a very good positional shot from this black.
Well, I just had a look to see if he can get on that red to the right middle. If that is available, it's a lot easier to get on. Didn't have to do much with the cue ball.
It looks from our commentary position, John, as if that red doesn't go, but it obviously does.
52.
Whoa,
53.
wow. Used all the pocket. But his heart skipped a beat then.
And we've seen plenty of those type shots missed this week. Catching the near knuckle.
Red colour red.
59.
That's what's required.
60.
Last two frames he's made breaks of 83. Sorry, 73 in the last frame. 84 in the one
66.
before that. And 66 and counting now. See what he needed to do.
Absolutely, very impressive stuff from Sean Murphy. Just what the doctor ordered.
$72. 73.
We've got a big last frame coming up, that's for sure.
$79.
Yes, if Ronnie O'Sullivan manages to win the final frame,
80.
it's job done for him by sharing the session. But Sean Murphy would love to trail, only 9-7. Great effort.
87.
Well, I just hoping the red could go in somewhere, but it's not. But it's another high break, and that's what he needed to do. He's won 3 in a row. Ronnie O'Sullivan now just 3 frames ahead. It's 9-6.
It is. Bang, bang, bang. Sean Murphy is back in the game, back in the room.
Yeah, you sit here, especially we're analysts apparently, and we haven't got a clue what's going to happen, have we? I mean, there we are saying it's all over. The next minute, you can't account for the fact that Ronnie O'Sullivan all of a sudden looks a different animal out there, and he looks tired.
Yeah, Peter Ebdon made that point. Do you detect signs of fatigue, perhaps, out there as well?
Not quite sure, but you do get tired when your opponent is putting you under a bit of pressure, no doubt, and that's what's happening. It's good to see him come back, get a bit of fluency. Massive last frame now for both players, I feel. I mean, if Sean Murphy can cut the gap to 2, 9-7, he'll feel 10 foot tall going out of the Crucible and getting ready for tomorrow morning's final session. If Ronnie wins it, it's as they were. So massive frame coming up for both players.
Even if it did finish 10-6, there's still life in this old match tomorrow morning.
There certainly is, but obviously if Ronnie O'Sullivan wins this last frame, he's sort of stopped the rot to some degree. If you look back through the history books, and I'm not one to do that, collapses in major events, I've got a couple. And we've all had them. You know, it's not, but it doesn't seem to be something that Ronnie O'Sullivan suffers from greatly.
No.
So when it happens, when he sort of all of a sudden goes flat and looks a different animal, it's quite a shock to the system, really, because I'm so used to, we've all been sort of like, I think, brainwashed by his brilliance and being such a good, strong player in all departments and answering every question that's been asked of him. But when it all of a sudden goes like this, you wonder what's happened.
How do you sense the danger? I mean, clearly you're sitting out there and your opponent's coming back at you, that's fairly obvious, but at what point do you start to scent danger?
He'll be sensing danger now, without a shadow of a doubt. I mean, at 9-3, this game looked totally wrapped up. Sean Murphy looked a different proposition than he is now, and it'll be a bit of a shock to Ronnie O'Sullivan, there's no doubt about that. And if he doesn't win this last frame, O'Sullivan, he'll be absolutely livid with himself.
And you don't know what's going through a player's mind, but the body language now of Ronnie O'Sullivan is one of more introverted sports person. All of a sudden he's going into his shell. And you know, OK, you can only sit in your chair and wait for your shots. But Sean Murphy's got a chance. All of a sudden, it's a different match out there at the moment.
OK, don't go anywhere. Last one of the afternoon for these fellas, and it's a biggie.
Thank you. The final frame of this session.
Is.
Sean Murphy to break.
Not the best break-off shot. He's left us red. Or has he? Oh, the cue ball just ran that extra inch. He's not on the one to the right corner as I thought. Well, there you see it.
And this is not an easy safety shot either.
It shows you that extra roll, the fractions that are so important in this game.
Ronnie's playing the swerve shot, almost certainly to leave Sean Murphy a shot along the cushion, but he's played that really well, and he won't be taking that on now, not with it being so straight.
Yeah, he couldn't have played that much better. last few frames, it's Sean who's been getting the better of these early tactical exchanges, which is unusual. If you put the two together, you'd think Ronnie would be the better safety player. Who's going to make the first mistake here? This red to the right corner is on for Sean.
Big chance now. And this really is a test of cueing. Sean Murphy is so good at these. And that's brilliant. But unfortunately, he's just lost the cue ball. Great strike. Just didn't quite get the spin.
He'd have been wishing now he rolled out on and off the top cushion. Anyway, at least if you pot the ball, you get to play the next shot. Must avoid the blue at all costs, and has done.
Sean Murphy 1.
Touch short of pace. You can feel the tension in the air, the hush. Doesn't mind leaving Sean this red along the top cushion. Ronnie deems it in the too difficult category to pot it and get out for a colour. Sean's having a look though. He's thinking if he pots the red, could he have the black to the middle, but I don't blame him looking like that. That's the way I feel about the shot, and I don't have to play it. Good cue ball, puts a little bit of pressure on Ronnie here. Now, I think he may have left this red, but he's got quite a bit to do with the cue ball there. He's seeing him just get past the blue.
This is such a difficult pot. Especially the way he'll be playing it. Deep screw, left-hand side. Need some good fortune. And he's got it.
As Peter said, put that little bit of left-hand side, but hitting it so hard that left-hand side pushed the cue ball to the right. But fortunate to get away with it. That's just a run of the ball. Nothing you can do about that. Everybody wanting to see if Sean can get past the green here to the thin edge. Obviously can't. Looking to come off the side cushion and just nestle into the cluster below the pink. Shouldn't be a problem. Looks a natural angle. It nearly went wrong. And if Ronnie has stopped the safety shot down the right-hand side of the table, which it as we look, as it appears he has, Sean's got a problem here. There's no path back to balk. The black stopping that.
Sean just looking to see if he can come off a couple of cushions to drop on a red. He also has the opportunity to play with a touch of right-hand side off 2 cushions to clip a red thin and send the cue ball back into the balk area. That may well be what he's elected to play. Trusting to luck a little with this.
Foul and a miss. Ronnie O'Sullivan 5.
Well, it'll be put back. Well, Ronnie's thinking there's still no path back to balk, but I'll be honest with you, I'd rather have it put back, yes. I mean, at the moment he can't hit the reds that way. If he'd let him play it again from there, he could hit the reds. Okay, still no path back to the balk end, but because if he comes off 2 cushions, that's where they were. And that's where it is
Can we
now.
check this?
Yeah, it
Let's
looks
see
good
if
to me.
Pretty near. Yeah. Okay, Ronnie. Thank you.
As I was going to say, with this 2-cushion escape, he always err on the side of not hitting it at all rather than hit it too thick, but how's the adjustment going to be? Oh, well, it's worked out well. And he's got a snooker back, can you believe it?
That really was a bonus, but it was an excellent shot. A wonderful escape. There you see the situation that Ronnie faces. Just trying to... Well, I think that's okay.
Touching ball.
Touching ball will help Sean. But it's funny, Ronnie looked in complete control of this tactical exchange, and now it's turned completely in Sean's favour. And both players aware of how important a frame this is. One of those situations, yeah. Because there's no safety down the right-hand side of the table, you don't mind the player being able to hit the ball. Although, having said that, the red that's immediately to the right of the black, I wonder if he could hit that thin enough to get the cue ball back to the balk end. Didn't think so. That's why he's rolled it. Trusts the table. And at first look, it hasn't let him down.
Foul and a miss. Sean Murphy 4.
Well, the last time I was in this sort of situation, although I think there is an escape route down the left-hand side now with that red near the top cushion, so Sean, no reason not to have it replaced. Unlike Sean, second time around, Ronnie caught the red too full. Left Sean a chance here, but he's going to be hampered somewhat.
And it's also very difficult for him to do too much with the cue ball. This is only just off straight, but it's the sheer awkwardness of being hampered that is also going to restrict what he's capable of doing with the cue ball. Good pot.
Yeah, excellent pot. It's got an angle on the brown. Just got to play it with a bit of pace, so you've got to be quite accurate with this pot. He's on the red. I think the red at the bottom of the cluster. He wanted to be straighter on it, but at least he's on it. Oh, maybe there's another one that's appeared from nowhere. There, you can just get past the pink for this red to the right corner. Not one he could have dreamed of being on, but he's on it. It's amazing how those little rolls now are all seem to be favouring Sean. When Ronnie was going through his run of winning frame after frame, he was having that nice little run of the ball. It's turned.
And Sean just taking his time to compose himself here. There you see the total points since the interval. 275 points for Sean, 19 points for Ronnie.
Now it'll be interesting to see where this pink goes. Sean would like it to go on the black spot if it was going to be available. It's gone on its own spot. Does it go to the corner? Yes. It does go to the corner.
Thank you.
Decided though to leave a nice angle on the blue. Now he may just elect to play a little cannon on the black here and the red, just to bring the black into play. And that's played well, perfectly in fact. And now,
18.
in potting this red, he'll clear the black spot. It's a decent chance. You have to say a little bit careless to kiss the blue there. If he thought that was on, then he should have played a little stun up the table, maybe. He's going to play it into the... Well, he's going to play the green instead. And played it badly. Good chance, this. It's gone begging.
22. Sean Murphy, 22.
So a decent safety shot from Sean Murphy, but he'll be very disappointed that he didn't make more from that visit. Now, can Ronnie O'Sullivan play a good safety shot? digging down into the cue ball slightly. It was a good line, just slightly overhit.
I think the bottom red of that cluster below the pink will pop, but I don't think he can hit enough of it. I was having a look at the potting angle. Can he hit enough of it? I think if he could, he'd be playing it by now.
Needs to make sure he doesn't hit the black here. Just got a little bit too much side on that.
Yeah, avoided the black, but kissed the blue full in the face.
Yes, he's trying to get the cue ball on the baulk rail behind the brown and green. This is half a chance for Ronnie. Screw shot, right hand side. Played it well.
1.
Tough shot left here. I mean, you'd think the obvious ball would be the blue, but got to play it with so much pace. It's going to be tough. So the brown is more of an open pocket, but lots to do with the cue ball. Well, he decided to make certain of the brown and leave himself a mid-range red. That one at the bottom of the cluster I mentioned before that Sean couldn't get through to, but Ronnie certainly can. And of course the black's in the baulk end, should it go in. Solid pot. Now, is he going to be on the black? It needs to run past the green. Will it run past the green? It's absolutely inch perfect. What a shot that was.
We've seen Ronnie O'Sullivan do this so many times in his professional career. When he comes under the most extreme pressure, he seems to find something, some inspiration from somewhere that only the
14.
great players and the best outstanding champions do. He's been slightly subdued last couple of frames, partly because Shaun Murphy's played very well. Wouldn't this be typical of Ronnie O'Sullivan if he stepped up once
21.
again under pressure?
Yeah, and that black was a reminder there. That black struggled in, really. Not to take your eye off the ball here, keep focused. It's a great chance. I
22.
think those two reds may be a plant to the corner. Same pocket he's playing the black. He had a look at them.
29.
Now got a 7-point advantage.
30.
Could have played that better. Could have played the black the position on the black better. That's where it went wrong.
37. Ronnie O'Sullivan, 37.
Well, disappointment there. Just a poor positional shot on the black.
Shaun Murphy would certainly have been fearing the worst there. And Ronnie's been quite fortunate to leave Shaun hampered. Trying to get the cue ball behind the yellow. This looks very good. That's very good. Fantastic shot. Well played.
Yeah, striking down as he was, full length of the table. Very good. This is a good hit. 15 points of difference in favour of Ronnie. But this frame still well and truly on for either player.
Sean Murphy would like to be able to play this red very finely. Possibly get the cue ball behind the yellow again.
Thank you.
Well, I think it's safe enough, but could have handed the initiative to Ronnie now. Close to the ball, you'd expect a much better safety shot than Sean's just played. And he'll be looking to get this cue ball in behind the yellow if he can. Couldn't have played it much better than that. That's Sean's view of it. There seems to be a gap between the yellow and brown. A gap that, well, I suppose if you were desperate, Peter, you could play the pot on the red.
Yes, he's just got enough gap for the potting angle. It's an incredibly tough pot, but he's got a really difficult safety shot. And under the circumstances, you wouldn't be surprised if he took it on.
Well, what a gap this could be. Not quite. Not quite. But it was potable. Well, I'm very surprised Ronnie played that red, to be perfectly honest with you. He was always going into the second red, and he had a red to the middle he could have played. He was never certain, was he, to be on the black?
No, it was certainly very, very tough, and especially because he needed to play it at pace.
Thank you. One.
Well, it's Ronnie whose body language doesn't look too good now. He's probably sitting there feeling that his opportunity to keep that 4-frame advantage that he started this session with is going to be reduced to 2.
9.
That puts the points all square.
15.
Longest frame of the match, this. Just coming up to 26 minutes. No need to tell you where the biggest obstacle is, and that's the red near the side cushion. So important in potting this red, he gets a nice angle on the colour.
And Sean played that positional shot very
22.
nicely there. Been a huge swing in momentum in this match, these last few frames.
23.
Now, big shot coming up for Sean Murphy now.
Yes, I think playing for the pink like this, he's going to try and move the red. He's moved it, but he's not moved it into too advantageous a position.
29.
Glance at the scoreboard, he's got a 14-point lead. The red will pot, but boy, it's tough.
And being the attacking player that he is, you'd expect him to take this on, but from his facial expression there, he doesn't really fancy this. He's committed. No, he didn't like it. Needs a bit of luck.
Sean Murphy, 29. Thank you.
This red will cut back. It's thin, but it will pot. He just wants to be probably a little wary of what we refer to as the yellow pocket here. Sean, well, it was his decision. It was a tough pot to go for, but he took the chance. Can Ronnie punish him? He was able to hold it. Needs a good kiss on the green, and that's not a good kiss on the green. Now then, well, if he takes the brown on, boy, is there pressure on this.
This is huge. And it's really tough as well.
Pressure there.
Ronnie O'Sullivan, 1.
Now, can Sean pot the shell and hold the cue ball for the green in the same pocket as the yellow?
Very difficult to hold the cue ball at this angle. Maybe going up and down the table. Well, decided to play safe. It was a good effort.
Surprised me a little. If Ronnie could get in behind this yellow, he could kick it up the table. He could get right in behind it. Well, he couldn't. He's underhit this. Needs to run, needs the pink to come to his rescue. And it may just have done. Don't think it's a snooker, but I don't think Sean can get to the potting angle. No, he can't.
But there's a good opportunity here for Sean to stun the cue ball behind the black. Underhit it.
Ronnie will have to have a look at this. It's not a plant, is it? Hit the yellow, not the green in. That's the last thing he wants. And it may well have been. That's why he played it like that. But once again, not a good safety. And Sean has got the cue power to pot this and get on the green. It's a tough shot, Peter, but I think he'll go for it.
Absolutely. Deep screw, left-hand side. Oh. Wow.
2.
No apology for the fluke.
No, he put his hand up.
Quiet down, please.
He put his hand up. Yeah.
Apologise, I didn't see that. Yes, he did, yes. What a timely fluke that could prove to be.
Yes, just needs green and brown now. missed it. Well, after having the look on the yellow, to miss the green when he only needs green and brown, it's really unforgivable. If he loses his frame, that will really hurt. So Ronnie needs the 5 remaining colours.
Three.
Twixt in between. Okay, well, as we look at Sean, he can't look at the table at the moment. He's still wondering how he missed the green. Thing is with this, Ronnie can pot the brown, but I don't see him getting real close position on the blue.
It's very, very difficult to play a good positional shot here. He could soft screw the brown in and leave a longish blue.
Where's the cue ball going? Oh, it's heading towards the middle pocket, flicking the pink out there.
Yes, that was a nice flick on the pink for Ronnie. Slightly stretching on this blue.
Yeah, and Ronnie, unlike a lot of the players, doesn't carry a little extension to go on the end. So, stretching, and he's got to put a bit of action into this cue ball to get back for the pink. Blue, pink and black needed. Good pot on the blue.
12.
Well, wonderful shot that was. And now left-handed. And now the black to restore that 4-frame advantage at the end of the second session. And somebody has got up and he's walking out at a moment like this. In goes the black. Well, what an opportunity Sean Murphy missed there. He had a stroke of luck on the yellow, but missed a simple green. And Ronnie O'Sullivan makes a marvellous clearance and keeps his 4-frame advantage going into the third session tomorrow morning. 10-6.
Wow, what a grandstand finish. The second black ball finish we've had in this match, actually. Until that point, Sean was 16 out of 18 with the rest.
Yeah.
What a time to miss, kid.
He doesn't normally miss with the rest.
No.
He's so proficient with the rest. And he's trying to dig down into the cue ball to try and hold it for the brown into the green pocket, but never saw that coming at all. And what a crucial frame that could turn out to be. It was his chance to get back into the match. Really, O'Sullivan rocking there under a bit of pressure and threw Ronnie back to lifeline. It was incredible.
And back to life, actually.
Yeah,
you
exactly.
could see even from the spring and he stepped towards it. He was struggling in those last few frames, wasn't he, Ronnie?
Yeah, I think a frame of snooker that only the Crucible can throw up. And if you think that Ronnie O'Sullivan is invincible towards pressure, as far as pressure is concerned, he's not. We all feel it. I think he coped with it marvellously well. But as he walked out, he shook his head. He knew that was a rocky last part of that session for him. Sean, sitting in his chair, looked distraught after missing that rest. You know, like, he is such a great rest player. You just don't expect him to miss it. And probably he doesn't either.
Yeah. But they've actually shared that session 4 frames apiece when all is said and done. And the way he has come back into it, I know he'll be totally deflated right now, Sean Murphy, but at the same time, how much life and how much hope can he take out of his performance?
Well, that's exactly what he should do. He should go back and reflect on the whole session. At the moment, he won't feel like that. He'll be kicking himself. And the dressing room might be in for a bit of a battering. But he should just reflect on the way he came back, say that it's possible. If I could possibly go out tomorrow morning session, or when they're back tomorrow morning, if they go out and win the first couple of frames, then, you know, the momentum builds again. But that's what he has to do.
Well, the only problem is, as I said earlier, he's still the same scoreline.
Yeah.
He's 4 frames adrift. Yeah. He hasn't done any damage. He hasn't eaten back into the Ronnie O'Sullivan's lead. Ronnie's further towards the finishing line. And, you know, I don't think he's going to get as bad a session out of Ronnie O'Sullivan tomorrow. If you're talking about at the Crucible, you have one bad session in the event, And if that's Ronnie O'Sullivan's bad session, he's got away with it.
Has he missed his moment, in effect?
I think so. I definitely think so. If he had won that 9-7, you know, he'd be bursting to get out there for the next session. Now it's completely different, you know. I think that was the chance that he had for it to place, you know, to try and make the comeback.
It's fantastic to watch, wasn't it? Absolutely brilliant. And all of this drama staged on these tables, and all really down to this, because this is the material from which the cloth is made. It's pure Australian wool. So thank you very much, Sheila.
Okay, this really is the very start of the process. This is the wool blend which has been put out from the bales here, and you're blending different types of wool which for the snooker comes from Australia. So the blending process takes the compacted bales of wool, opens it up and gets it as light and full of air as possible. It gets the fibres as well mixed and well distributed as you possibly can get them. This is where it ends up. From here it goes over to the next process, which is carding. The loads of fine wire tears the fibres apart, separates them, puts them into a web, takes that web, turns it through 90 degrees, does it all again, combs it to such a degree where you've got a lovely, smooth, clean web, and then separates it into slubs or individual threads. Spinning takes the slub, the soft yarn, and puts a spin in it, puts a twist in it, gives the yarn its strength and makes it strong enough to weave into a woven product. During the warping process, each of those individual threads is put onto a big beam, onto a suitable package to go into the back of the loom, ready to start the weaving process. The precision is incredible. It has to be really precisely fed onto there, or else you end up with stripes in the fabric. In the weaving process, you've got your warp yarns, which are the lengthways ones, which go up the table, and you're basically putting the weft across it, the sideways yarns, making a woven construction.
We've taken the wool from straight off the sheep's back, and we've converted it into a woven product ready for the finishing processes in the second half of the manufacturing.
So you start with a mending process where people will take off knots and repair imperfections in the fabric. Any imperfection that stays in the fabric through the process is a flaw in the finished product, and you know it would be a real problem having knots on a championship table. So they've all got to come off. During washing, you're washing out any imperfections, you're washing out the spinning oil, you're washing out any grease, any dirt, any dung or impurity that comes in with the fleece. You want to get it as clean as possible so that it's prepared for the processes further down the line. At the moment, it's still a woven structure. You can see the warp and the weft, you can see the yarn in both directions. You want to get that yarn to burst open, so we do this by the milling process. It's a set of rollers, you feed the cloth through and it goes round and round for many hours. You're creating heat and you're using moisture and creating friction to get shrinkage, much like shrinking a woolen jumper on a hot wash. But you're trying to control the shrinkage in the length and the width to give you the thickness, and if you go too thick it's too slow, if you go too thin it's too fast and it tears. So it's a real balancing act, a skilled job. After a sequence of secret processes where we create a nap, we then colour it. We're using traditional dyeing methods that are gentle to the fabric, because once you've set that nap on there, the last thing you want to do is unset it. So it's a gentle dyeing process that gives you the green colour that we're all so aware of. Well, this really is getting towards the very end of the process now, where all the final touches happen to the cloth. We're shearing the cloth where the nap is reduced in height over numerous passes. The better the quality of the cloth, the number 10 that we put on at Sheffield gets multiple passes through the shear, and it's cut as many times as it's needed to make it perfect. And then it's given a final inspection, and then it goes through all the rigorous testing for strength, elongation, ball speed, bed speed, and all those things that are needed these days.
And there you have it, some superfine cloth from some mighty fine sheep. and some mighty fine action on it this afternoon, as we've seen that Ronnie O'Sullivan, Sean Murphy second session. And there's some absolutely blistering stuff going on the other side of the arena, because the last we saw of the Mark Allen John Higgins match, and Mark Allen had taken the opening frame. Now, he actually scored 236 unanswered points to go 2-0 up with a 100 break in the second. So he's at a 71, a 65 and a 100. But John has come back at him. He had a 32 break in the third, a 70 in the fourth. And this is top-class stuff as we join it in frame 5. Higgins to play, 4 points down, and it's back to JP and Dennis.
Oh, great pot. That was a mistake from Mark there. He thought long and hard about what safety to play, and in the end didn't play a particularly good one, but that's not taking anything away from that, because that's an excellent pot.
Eight.
Yeah, just easy to play for a ball colour here in the red next to the blue. And then once you've potted that, blue back on its spot, and
9.
break looking a little easier.
$12. 13.
No real need to play any cannons here into the pink or the reds just yet. He's got a couple of loose ones. One on the right hand side at the back is available as well. John played in an area there. That's the art of break building. See that? Played in an area where if he's not on one, he's on the other one. He's giving himself options. You know, people are trying to make breaks out there in the clubs and everything. Classic example of how to make a break and give yourself a couple of options.
$19.
So that back red I mentioned, that's the one he'd be playing on, and Mark Allen can only sit and watch. Oh. Oh, he's hit that way too short. What's he found there? Does he think there's a plant on in the middle? He said, oh yes, there is, but he'd ideally like the cue ball to have come down a little further than that. There's quite a gap between these two. You'd expect him to get it, but it could be missed.
John Higgins, 24.
Yeah, I think it was the blue, as you said, John. He didn't get far enough down to make the plant a little bit easier, but I still expected him to get that, really. He overdone it. He knew straight away he'd overdone that.
One.
Now can Mark Allen get back into the form that he had in the two opening frames, where he never missed a shot.
Yeah, Mark just had a little look there. The red that's virtually directly above the black is the one he was thinking he might get through the gap to get on. But maybe he just has to play a cannon. Yep, decided to go right in there instead. Wow. How unlucky is that?
8.
Looking for a cannon just on that red there. Missed it. I'm not so sure he's on anything. Very unlucky. Excellent pot. Great recovery. Yep, deserved what he gets after that shot. Not only did he knock the red in and kept the break going, he manoeuvred a few
16.
reds into potable positions. Tough school today, you don't need to make too
17.
many mistakes, John, on that plant. You can get the cue ball down far enough. Just got to sit and watch. Hope he misses.
It's just a little awkward there, and he'll have to go for the blue this time.
$25.
I'm just looking at the reds. He doesn't have to play any cannons. Certainly not for some time anyway, because the reds will clear each other. Potting this
30.
here just opens up the path for 2 more.
$31.
Just stun off the cushion and leave himself a choice of 2 reds into the same pocket as the black.
$38.
Yeah, it's been a nice little break this. He's taken them well, but
39.
by the time he's removed the red, it's left the path open for another one. Perfect position here. Both reds either side of that little cluster will pot. Could have done with a bit more than that. Still okay, you can pot it,
46.
but have to screw out.
$47.
Nicely played.
$53. $54. $60. $61.
Yep, this is how we started the match this afternoon. Magnificent century break in frame 2 after
68.
making breaks of 71 and 65 in the opening frame. Frames well and truly over. As you can see, he was looking to get to 68. He's well past that.
Cheers.
Just
69.
concentrate and maybe make his second century.
Slightly wrong there, but you'd expect him to still to knock this in, and he's taken these really well. Right in the heart of the pocket.
77.
Most shots he's played today, whilst he's been making a break, have gone in the pocket. Right in.
$82. $84. 87.
This will be Mark's 4th century if he carries on here in this year's Betfred World Championship.
91.
But this, without doubt, is different class the way he's started this match against
96.
the 4 times former champion. Absolutely superb from Mark Allen. Doesn't matter about the black.
Mark Allen,
He got the
102
one
in the
chance
frame.
and he took it, and he won the frame with that century break, and he's now back in the lead, 3-2.
Yeah, 2 tons in this match so far, 4 in total, because he made a couple against Jimmy Robertson in round 1. Now, he actually hadn't played for fully 5 weeks, not since the Gibraltar Open had Mark Allen, so he's had an awful lot of practice. And man, does he look sharp as we head into frame 6.
He potted some terrific long balls.
Yep, so much for the shot or nothing theory. Left him this one, and wow, no messing. That was an excellent shot. It really was. Digging down deep on the cue ball there.
6.
Could not have put that any better with his hand.
Seven.
One play on the bottom one on the pack here. Just got a little shot to leave this one on the top cushion. But the next red is available on the outside of the cluster.
That's terrific, 97%, and even John's at 90%.
15.
Now that red that John mentioned, he can get to it this time, and the other John has to just sit and scratch his chin there and see what develops.
Yeah, just come off an awkward angle there. Just off straight. Wow. What a shot he got out of that. Didn't look like that was on, did it?
It was almost straight, and that's these very lively cloths
22.
that the players play on these days. The action you can get on the ball is amazing. It's just the shot that wasn't available 30, 40 years ago, because the cloths were much
26.
heavier, more nap on them.
Yeah, and obviously the balls have changed as well, haven't they? Dennis got a lot lighter and more reactive, so that helps. But nevertheless, it was still a very good shot. Well, I've always known he was a top-class player, Mark
28.
Allen, but he's in scintillatingly good form today. I mean, very few mistakes. Scoring has been extremely heavy. And if John Higgins didn't know he's in a match, he does now. It's
29.
been really good stuff.
A key shot coming up now. He's just okay. He can get the one to the right middle. He deserved to be on something because he played it very well.
36.
They weren't a good pack to go into, but he's opened them nicely, and he should be fine here.
Well,
this Betfred World Championship is really warming up, and when you get to the second round, 3 sessions, John, that's when the players really get into it and start playing their best.
Yes, well, you're over that obviously very nervy first round. It's the same for everybody. You know, you want to feel as if you're involved in the event. Sometimes
39.
a potential banana skin in the first round. And you're playing against people who've come through and had 3 matches and a match sharp. But that in itself can bring a problem. But, you know,
40.
you probably played your match, had a few days off, watched everyone else sweat for a few days, and come back and know that the serious stuff starts. And it's serious at the minute because he's in seriously good form. It's been wonderful.
45. $46.
I think the only other player in the first round, Ding Junhui, made 3 centuries.
53.
He was playing fantastic. But this is probably the best anyone's played, John.
Yeah, pretty impressive. Stuart Carrington had 3 consecutive. Do you remember, Dennis, early in that first round as well?
And joined a very elite group of players. There was only 4 others that had ever done that in the 40-year history,
59.
John.
Yes, and he ended up getting beat in the match as well. So. These centuries, Dennis, they're overrated.
Well, there might be another one coming here. It's not easy, but the frame
67.
is almost secure. It will be when this red disappears.
$68.
A little bit of work to do if he's going to make another century. He's just spotted something on the black.
$75. $76.
Well, he's obviously brought his practice game to the crucible here because
82.
everyone was saying how well Mark Allen has been playing in practice, but an awful lot of people can do that, but then never come to the Crucible Theatre and produce it, John.
Yeah, you're dead right there. Playing at home, Dennis, that's just the gallops. This is the race course. 2 different things. At the moment, boy, he's looking like a Derby winner.
88. $89.
We'll just stun up past the pink. As long as he's not dead straight, and he's not, he knew he'd hit that perfectly. He can only drop this in and he'll be on the black.
94.
Get in there. Yes, clinging to the cushion. He hit that well.
95.
What a performance. That's the 36th century in this year's Betfred World Championship.
102. $104.
He's made 5 so far.
$107.
Oh,
111.
okay, here you are. You can't play any better than this. This is scintillating stuff. Mark Allen at his absolute best. John Higgins, you've got a match on, my friend.
122.
And he just rolls the black in, and Mark Allen, well, this is some of the finest snooker I've ever seen him produce. The crowd appreciate it, and he extends his lead. It's now 4-2 to the man from County Antrim.
Absolutely blistering, isn't it? And Allen made another sizable knock in frame 7 of 82. Now, wait for this. At this point, Allen has a 98% pot success rate. Absolutely extraordinary and very unusual. So what can John Higgins do in the face of this onslaught in the last frame of their session?
It's there.
I tell you, I've not seen a better middle pocket display from any player in this year's championship. His middle pocket play has been absolutely outstanding. And what a huge frame this could be in the match. For all the world, John Higgins looked like he was going to nick this frame for 5-3 overnight instead of potentially 6-2. And here's the double, which I fancied him getting. He's pretty good at them.
He might be absolutely dead straight on this yellow, so he can't get close to the green. He could do with a little bit of angle. And he just had a little bit of angle. As long as he's not straight, he's going to have to play this with a lot of pace to get out onto the brown. And we've seen these, he just shakes his head. We've seen these wobble in the jaws if you hit them too hard.
Yeah, it wasn't really the best yellow. Just left himself a funny angle, but he's knocked everything else in today.
At that pace, it was always going to be difficult, and he stuck the green up.
Mark Allen, 10.
Yeah, I just don't think the yellow was the best way to play it. Left himself on a funny angle there, didn't he? Been better sort of leaving himself slightly higher or tight on the bottom cushion, but he was in between.
I think because he's potted so well, he tried to force it in. He could have played it in and left the brown for the middle pocket. 17 ahead, so just this brown.
What a competitor this boy is. He really is a competitor. To win that final frame of the session and to only be 5-3 behind with the way Mark Allen's played, he'll be delighted to get out of that session only 2 behind.
12.
Well, without a shadow of a doubt, this has been the best snooker we've seen so far. Handshakes all around. It's been a pleasure to commentate on what has been a scintillating session of snooker. Mark Allen making 3 century breaks, but John Higgins, 4 times a world champion, hung in there, and he'll be delighted, but he's still 2 behind. It's 5-3 to Mark Allen.
Oh, he did well to come out winning that last frame, didn't he? And actually, when you look at the pot success rate, 96% for Mark Allen in the end, 91% for John Higgins. And under the circumstances, how important was that last frame for John?
Massive, massive. This was always going to be a cracking match. I was really looking forward to seeing it, and it's proved that just that. Very important frame for John Higgins. 6-2 down, big mountain to climb there, but finally balanced.
He'll be very happy, you would think, because Mark Allen, that is exceptional. He couldn't probably have played much better than that, and to come out of it only 2 behind is something special.
Exactly, and it probably shows you the strength of John Higgins, I think, as a player, that when he's backs up against the wall, he can still graft and get over the line. So those 3 frames are very important, and he would probably expect that Mark Allen can't do that again, and hopefully he can get his teeth more into the game. But you've got to be in it, in the mix, and he's kept. You know, 6-2 is a different story. That's sort of losing touch a bit.
OK, well, they're coming back tomorrow morning for their 2nd session. This evening, we've got Liang Wenbo resuming at 2-6 down against Ding Junhui, who's already made 5 centuries in this championship, like Mark Allen. And Bingham against Wilson, Kyron Wilson, 9-7 up. This one is going to be very tight, isn't it?
Yeah, the first couple of frames are so important, you know, in the final session. And Stuart Bingham got himself back into that match and then let that last frame, how crucial that could be overall for the whole match, like, you know.
Looking forward to it. And, of course, Steve, you are live in the studio this evening on the Red Button with Jason Mohammed. And don't forget, you'll be able to see the whole thing presented live by Jason and Steve. And there's live coverage all evening of that evening session. And thereafter, well, we'll have the highlights at, well, beyond the witching hour, actually, BBC 2 for the Night Owls. I'll catch you again 10 o'clock in the morning. But thanks to Ken and Steve for their wit and wisdom even. And we'll see you tomorrow morning. Bye-bye for now.